Welcome to part 2 of this tutorial. In this section, we'll expand the functionality of our car dealer website by implementing essential security features, integrating AI for vehicle data generation, and streamlining image uploads. We begin by adding Authentication middleware and setting request headers to enhance security. The core feature of this part of the tutorial is leveraging OpenAI's GPT-4o model with Vercel's AI SDK to analyze vehicle images and generate structured data like make, model, model variant, and other attributes. We'll also set up a complete AWS S3 workflow for uploading and managing images. Finally, we'll implement server actions to dynamically create and edit classified listings. If you haven't watched part 1 already, I highly recommend you start there first. You'll find the link in the description below. Now let's dive in. Okay, now we are going to move on to of our authentication. So what we want to do is we want to add like an admin portal. And before we do that, we're just going to set up some things. So let's go over to Google and type in Prisma Postgres. And we want to just basically click on here and sign up for an account with Prisma Console. So we want to log into our Prisma Console. You'll need to set up an account. You can do that by connecting your GitHub, and then you can create a new workspace. And I've done that here for this one. You can see I've created this one here. So I'm going to create a new project, and we're going to call it CDW tutorial. And we're going to say get started with Prisma Postgres, and I'm going to select the closest region to me. I'm going to create that. And then we're going to set this up. And the reason we need this is because for our local environment, we can't get NextAuth to work the way we want it with middleware. And this might all change very soon with, so Next.js are bringing in Node.js middleware very soon. So this could all change. However, I've just never been able to get Next.js to work, at least from a middleware point of view, as in, so we're actually going to go to v5 here. So Auth.js v5. And I've just never gotten this to work with middleware. NextAuth.js v5 is edge compatible, but in order to get this to work, like basically redirects and having pages that are blocked, so, you know, inaccessible pages, for example, when an admin logs in, only that user who's currently an admin role is able to access any admin routes. So now we basically export the auth wrapper and we wrap the middleware in this auth. But that doesn't work unless you have an edge compatible database. And our local database is not edge compatible. The one we're using is Prisma Postgres. So I've tested it with Prisma Postgres and it works. And you can also get the benefit of using Accelerate, Prisma extension Accelerate with Prisma Postgres. Because this is built by Prisma, it just makes it really easy to integrate. And they've just recently released the ability to connect via TCP, which is what we've been looking for. So TCP, Postgres, this here. We can create a TCP tunnel and allows us to authenticate or proxy for local database workflows. And it establishes a secure connection to Prisma Postgres through a local TCP server. So we are going to start with setting this up. If we go to our Prisma Postgres instance here, and we just copy this, and we paste it into our database URL here. Okay. So now we've got a different database. And we're going to we're going to source.env to refresh the environment variables, and then we're going to do bun run prisma db push. We also need to run bun run generate -- no engine, or bun prisma generate no engine. like that. Okay. So that's ideal. Now, the issue we had before is that you can't use a table plus or a graphical user interface with this connection string, which is why we use TCP tunnel. And so as you can see, we have this connection database URL. And what we need to do is we need to export that database URL in our client or in our CLI. So what we're going to say is export that environment variable like that. And then we just run this command. So at Prisma /PPG tunnel, and it will give us this output. So we're going to say bunx at Prisma PPG tunnel. And there we've got a port and a host name. And the username is anything, password is none. This now allows us to edit our table plus connection. So we can pretty much delete this database here, CDW. We don't need it anymore. But I'll leave that out for now because no point going and deleting a database. We'll just update the connection. So we're going to call this car dealer site, and this is going to be Prisma Postgres. In fact, I'll shorten this to CDW Prisma Postgres, and that's local. It's going to be, this is the host name, no username, no password. The port is not going to be the default port, it's going to be this instead. And then our database is the default Postgres database, and then we're going to set SSL mode to disabled. Test that. You can see it's connected, and then we've got our data, but it's all empty here. So now we just want to open a new tab and run run Prisma db seed again, and that should update our database. Permission denied. Okay, let's see. Permission denied for table classifieds, execute raw. Okay, so let's just go to our seed file and let's just comment that out and say seed. Cannot get value from empty dataset. What? Execute raw. Seed classifieds cannot get, oh, because I need to, okay, seed taxonomy first. Okay, this should work. There we go, right. Seeding the makes and models, then it will seed the classifieds, then the images. So now that that's been executed, we can go over to our database, refresh, and let's see, classifieds. Okay, it looks like we've got a few, and let's just test. So bundev. Let's go to our home page or inventory page. And we get the added benefit of, yeah, okay, that's great. So now that's, calling this basically endpoint here to store in the database or to get from the database. But it isn't using Accelerate at the moment, which we want to install. So we want to just come out of this, say bun add Prisma extension Accelerate, and then run bundev again. And we want to go to our Prisma file, source lib Prisma like that. And we want to, first of all, change this to Edge. So that gets the Edge version of Prisma client. And then we also want to import with Accelerate from Prisma extension Accelerate. And then we don't need this logging because it already kind of has good logging out of the box. We say extends, and with accelerate function like that. Now we've got a fully edge compatible database that we can use with NextAuth. And so let me just rerun bundev, refresh the page, make sure everything's still working. There we go. And it's super fast. And okay, so now that that's done, we can quickly go to our presentation folder and start setting up NextAuth or authentication for admins. So we're going to say here, this is going to be auth, and we're going to have another directory in here, sign in. That's going to have a page. And we're just going to export default function sign in page. And that's going to return. And we just want to sign in form like that. And we're going to create that in our components auth sign in form export const sign in form equals, and we can just import this into here. Okay. Return. Let's just return sign in. Okie dokie. Right. So that's ideal. Now we just want to add a link to our sign in page. So we need to go to routes, sign in, and that is going to be /auth/sign in. Okay. And then we can go to our footer and just add a link here. So let's just copy this. Routes, sign in. We can just call this admin. Okay, click here. And then we're on our sign in page. So get rid of all of this. Open our sign in form component. We want to just first of all say use client because this is a client component. Let's start building out our sign in form. So const, we're going to give some state and a form action. And then we're going to use action state from React.js. And that's going to have an action in here, which we'll just set to null for now. And then as usual, it'll be success and message like that. Also import our router. And we want a form ref. So that's going to be HTML form element. And we need to just make this null. And then we're going to say use effect state and router, and if state.success and formRef.current router.refresh and router.push routes. And we need to actually create a new route, which is going to be the challenge route. And that's for our 2FA. So /auth/challenge. And we can just create another directory here, challenge, and then page.tsx. And we could just get this challenge page. And Why is this giving me an error? Export cons page.tsx. What? Okay. Ah, export default function challenge page. That was my bad. Not abiding by the rules. Okay. And we want to just add that to our routes. We've done that. Routes.challenge. Okay. Start building out our form. Div, class name, flex call, item center, justify center, min h calc. Let's just move this across a bit. 100 viewport height minus 4 rem. BG white. That opens it up a bit. Max width MD, W full, PB 60. And then in here we're going to have a form with a ref of form ref, an action of form action, and a class name border muted, border shadow LG, P10 rounded MD, BG white. Then a flex item center MB6 justify center. H2 with uppercase text 2XL font bold. Admin sign in. Then we're going to have a div with space Y4. Inside that, div with space Y2. And then here, we're just going to standard import our label with a HTML4 of email. With email inside like that. And then we want an input. With an ID of email, type of email, name is email, autocomplete email, class name, placeholder, text gray 500, placeholder, enter your administrator email address, and that is going to be required. Okay, then we can just bring this and change this to password. Let's just change all of this. Password. Enter your password. Okay. Then we just want to say .my6 p with a class name, text sm, text gray 600, mb2 text center. That's going to be bold. This is for admin only. Okay, and then finally we just want a button here. So we're going to give this a space Y. And it's going to have a button And this is actually going to be in its own component because we need the ability to. So let's just check. Do we have pending? Yes, we do. So we need this button. I'm going to paste that. Submit button. Use form status. Loader 2. We could change this to sign in. That's our button. Okay. So there's our admin sign-in page. Looks good. And we also just need to add some statuses. So let's just state.success. In fact, I think we might have already had this state.success. Yes, we do. There we go. Paste that. Import these. Okay. Next, we're going to create our sign-in action, and we're going to have to do this by setting up our NextAuth. In this section, we created a Prisma Postgres database on Prisma's hosting service. We configured a local TCP tunnel for secure connections. We enabled edge compatible mode using the Accelerate extension. In the next section, we're going to focus on admin authentication. So we're going to start by creating a auth.ts file in the root directory. And this is going to import NextAuth. So we need to install NextAuth. And we're going to install NextAuth beta version. So that's the latest version that hasn't been updated in a while. But it is the latest beta version and it works. And we also need to bun add at auth core as well. auth/core. Okay, here we import NextAuth from NextAuth like that. And then we import our config from another file which we need to add. So that's going to be auth.config.ts. Export default, and that's our config, which will be satisfies NextAuth config like that. Doesn't at the moment, but we're just going to import that. So /auth.config. And then we say export const, open this up, handlers, get post, auth, which is what we use throughout the application to get the session, sign in, sign out, and that's it from NextAuth. We pass in our config. And our config doesn't seem to want to play ball here. That's fine, I think. Let's just see let's just do export const config equals. Yeah, try that. And then import that like that. Okay, just needed to change that to as. That's fine. Next, we're going to say adapter. This is going to be Prisma adapter. We need to actually install that. Bun add at Prisma adapter. Let me just see what that is. So we're getting our Prisma adapter, which is at auth/Prisma adapter. And run bun dev. Import Prisma adapter from at auth Prisma adapter. Okay. And we need to pass in our Prisma client, which is what we edited before, this one. We're going to use secure cookies. It's going to be false for now. trust host will be true. Session is going to be, so strategy will be database. We're not going to use JWTs. Max age, so we're going to create a variable for this, which is going to be const session max age equals 7 times 24 times 60 times 60 times 1000, which is 1 day, or 7 days. 7 days in seconds. Okay, we also need to divide this by 1000. We're going to use it somewhere else, but I forgot to mention earlier that the reason we're using the Prisma database, Postgres database, and I did say, we're using the middleware, and rather than calling redirects directly within the pages, we can use middleware to do those redirects for us. However, there is another reason, and that is because we're able to use sessions, database sessions this way. So we could use the middleware if we had a JWT strategy. But basically, we're able to use database sessions with our Auth.js config alongside our middleware, which is currently not possible. So in fact, I think there is a article on this, Auth.js Edge JWT. Yeah, so it tells you a bit about the problem with database adapters, middleware, solution, split config, and using JWT. And so you can use a split config with JWT. However, this way that we're doing now, you can use database sessions, and you can still get an Edge compatible database and use it with middleware basically. And so we're going to say providers, open up an array. We need to import credentials from our providers. And we could just call this provider, credentials provider. We open that up. We say credentials. It's going to be email, label, email, typed email, and then password, label, password, type, password. Okay, don't know why it's giving me this error here. Providers is incompatible. Adapter, providers in an array. Let's just see if this fixes it. So after credentials, we have authorize. That's going to be an async function which has the credentials. Promise. We're going to pass in our user here, or null. So it's going to return either user or null. And then we just want an arrow function like that. And the user will be from NextAuth. Okay, so I think what we need to do here is we need to add a resend provider. So let's just resend, yeah. So, okay, so we're going to add another provider, which is just a placeholder here because it doesn't like. We don't need to do anything with this resend provider. We just need to add it to get rid of that error, but it doesn't do anything. Here we say try catch error, and we do const validated fields is equal to, we create a new schema, sign in schema, z.object, email is going to be z.string .email, trim, lowercase, give it some error messages, required error will be email is required. Message will be enter a valid email. And then, so let's just comment this out for now. Password is going to be z.string. Required error is going to be password is required .min1. Password is required min8. Password must be more than 8 characters. And then max 32. Password must be less than 32 characters. Not that that matters, that could be 255. That's the recommended if you're wanting to go crazy. We don't even really need that, it could just be unlimited, but it's always good to put limits. Then we just go back to our try catch. We say sign in schema dot safe parse. We pass in our credentials. If no validated field dot success, return null. Then we say const user equals await prisma dot user dot bind unique, where email is validated fields dot data dot email. If no user, return null. Then we say const hashed password equals, in fact we need to get that from here, so we select hashed password true, and we say wait, or sorry, hash password. We've already got the hash password, so we just say const match is equal to, and then we need to create some bcrypt service here. So we go to here, we say bcrypt.ts, and we add the bcrypt package on bcrypt.js. Okay, export const bcrypt password compare is equal to async password string hashed password string const default bcrypt is equal to await import, and we're importing dynamically the bcrypt.js package like this, and then we return bcrypt.compare password with hashed password. Okay, that's one. And copy that. I'm going to say bcrypt password hash, and this is going to take in a password, and this is going to have an import of bcrypt, and then we're going to say const bcrypt salt rounds is equal to number dot parse int 10 10, and then return bcrypt dot hash password bcrypt salt rounds. Okay, so now we've got our two functions. We won't be using this one until we get onto our challenge. So now we can just check bcrypt compare password compare. We're passing in validated field.data.password along with user.hashpassword like that. And then if no match, return null. Then we need to basically issue a challenge, which we'll do in a bit, but we're going to say user and then also requires 2FA. It's going to be true as well. And we need to actually create a file here. So we're going to call this new file NextAuth.d.ts. We're just going to include that in our TS config here, NextAuth.d.ts. And that is going to say declare module NextAuth interface user extends NextAuth. We're going to import that as a type. Import type NextAuth from NextAuth .user, and we're going to give it requires 2FA boolean. And similarly, we want to do the same for a session. And NextAuth.session requires 2FA. So both for the user and for the session. And then we can just check why this is function lacks return statement auth. We need to console.log the error return or return null. Okay, that's looking good. So we can move this out into our constants. Export session max age. Okay, so now let's just go down to our object here and open up. I want to give a pages setting to our auth config. And that's going to have our sign in page, sign in, which is going to be /auth /sign in. We can even bring in our routes here. So routes.sign in, sign out, auth /sign out, error, auth /error. These are just pages that we are making for auth purposes, just kind of overriding the default settings which NextAuth provides. Then we're going to have a callbacks object, which will be an async JWT. We're going to open up user and token. And what we're going to do here, we're not actually using JWTs. So the purpose of this really is to actually, it's a bit of a hack, but it's to create a session. And so we say const session equals await Prisma. And the reason we can use Prisma in our auth config whilst using the auth wrapper in middleware in Next.js is because we've got that database, the external Postgres serverless database. Without that, you could try locally. I could even show you later. We'll see. By swapping out our Postgres instance on Prisma with our local database, you'll see it breaks it. So we'll show you that later. But prisma.session.create. So we can create a session in here, and that's going to be data expires will be new date.now plus session max age. So that's why we added the 1000 here, because, or sorry, divided it by 1000 here, because we needed to use it in here, and that's the correct one. So session token, we're going to use crypto.randomuid, and then user ID is going to be user.id as string. And we're going to say requires 2FA user.requires 2FA, and that's going to be part of the session that comes in here. Then we're going to say if no session, return null, Otherwise, return token. But we've got an issue for some reason. Just see, if I comment this out, requires 2FA. Okay, let's just go back to our NextAuth.t.ts, comment this out, save it, restart the TypeScript server, and then work on this again until that. Okay, so yeah, you can see if, so session has required 2FA. I think I know what it is. NextAuth, comment that out, put that's optional, restart the server. Nope, still we see. Okay, that fixes it by making that optional. Consider adding undefined to the target's properties, or undefined. Okay, that's fixed that. Okay, we're going to return token. Here we want to say if user token dot requires 2FA equals user dot requires 2FA. Token dot ID is going to be session dot session token, and token dot expires is going to be session dot expires dot get time. So we're just copying, using the token in the JWT is going to expire at the same time the session expires, which ultimately should trigger the session to be deleted from the database. Next, we want to add a session callback. That's going to be async session, and it's going to have a session and a user. And we're going to say new session equals user requires 2FA session dot requires 2FA expires session dot expires, and then return new session. And finally, we just want to add JWT here, which will take an encode method from JWT, and that's going to be async token, and we're going to return token.id as string, like that. Okay, so this is looking pretty good now. I think we can just move our schema into our sign-in schema. If we go to here, auth.schema.ts, export that as our sign-in schema, and just import that here. Now we can go ahead and start with adding our action, server action. So create a server action is signin.ts. It's going to have use server at the top, like all other server actions. Export const sign in action is equal to async. I'm going to give this an any for now, and then form data. We do this because we're going to be using the React hook use form action, and we need to make this form data type. Open up a try block and say const email equals form data dot get email. That's going to be a string, and password. Then we're going to import our sign-in schema. Use safe parse to validate our email and password, like that. when you get data, success, error, add the catch here, console.log, error. Okay. And then we're just going to await the sign in from auth like that. But we need to add this to our TS config. So if we go to TS config, we can just add at auth is going to be ./auth like that. Okay. So hopefully that looks good. This is going to take in the first parameter is going to be credentials because that's what we're signing in with. And the second is going to be the config options. Email is going to be data.email. And we can actually just make this if no success, return success, false message, invalid credentials. Okay. Next, we're going to say password will be data.password, redirect true, and then we want to do redirect to routes.challenge. We're going to redirect to our challenge route immediately upon signing in, and then just return here success, true, message, signed in successfully. And here we will return a error message. So just bring that down. Invalid credentials is fine. We don't want to give the user too much information about why it's invalid. So we need to just create this type. This type is actually same type. You just see if I've got one of these somewhere else as well. Yes, I do. So subscribe action. So go to our types. Export type prev state equals success boolean message string. Okay, that's what our prev state type is. And because you can see that's our template here. And we'll do the same here. Okay. Yeah, that's good. In fact, let's just make sure we're logging the error here for our sanity. Console.log error. And we're logging there. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so back to our website form. Let's just go to here and go localhost /signin. And we've got an error here somewhere. Oh, TS config. Doesn't look like we do have an error. What's going on here then? We just restart the server. Okay. Form action, use action state. We need to go back to our use action state. And we need to pass in our sign in action. Cool. So we're getting pushed to our challenge. We don't actually need to do that, I believe. Router.refresh. Yeah, we do need to do that. Let me just see if this still pushes us to the challenge page. Let's just take a look at the challenge page as well. Challenge. Okay, good. We've got our challenge page. Let's see if this still pushes us to the challenge page. So what this is going to do is it's going to run our sign-in action. It's going to validate the data, and then it is also going to it's going to pass our data.email, data.password, which is already validated, to our auth which again gets validated here. So we validate the credentials, email, password, and we check if the user exists. If the user doesn't exist, return null. And if we return null, we basically get an error message from this authorized call, and it should trigger this basically invalid credentials, and you should see it here. So we don't have a user in the database. We need to seed the database with our admin user. So we're going to just test this anyway and see what happens. So it's not going to redirect because it's just going to throw an error, which should say invalid credentials, but let's see. Okay, there we go, invalid credentials. So it's come here and it's logged that. But let's just quickly go to our form and make sure the color is right. State.success and circle X, BG red 500, there we go. Okay. So you can see that that's working. Now we just need to test whether or not it works with a user. So we're going to seed the database with a user, admin.seed.ts, export async function, seed admin. It's going to take in Prisma client, const password equals await, password hash, pass in ABC123 hashtag, that's just a password we want to hash. And then we're going to say const admin equals await prisma.user.create data email. I'm going to give it dev@tlr.je. Hashed password is going to be our password. And that's it. That's all we need. And then console.log admin created. And then let's just put admin here. Return admin. Okay, let's quickly import this. So we're just going to comment all this out since we've already seeded our database with that. We're going to say await seed admin, pass in our Prisma instance, and then let's just run Prisma db seed. Boom. That has created our admin. It's got our hashed password here. And that's everything we need, I think. So let's now try and log in. So what we should see if we log in successfully is it's going to check for the user with the email, select the hash password. It's going to compare the one that I've put in with the hash password of the user. And if it doesn't match, it would give invalid credentials. But if it does, it's going to return the user. And therefore, once it returns the user, it will, if we look at our sign-in action, it will redirect to our challenge route. And it should also log us in at that point. So we'll be available in the session. So in fact, if we go to our challenge route, and we just get the session, const session equals await auth. So this is the auth. It's like the global auth thing that in the latest version of Auth.js B5 that we use. And so we get our session from that, and we can just console.log session. We can check our console once we get redirected, if we do successfully. So let's see. dev@tlr.je and ABC123 hashtag sign in. Okay, we get an error, which is validation for the password, which is 8 characters. Let's just change that since Ours is ABC123 hashtag, which is 7, but let's just put 6 so we can get past this validation. Okay. Dev at tlr.je ABC123 hashtag. Invalid credentials again. Let's have a look. Next redirect. That is because we're in a try catch block and it's trying to redirect, I think. Let's just see. Please define a secret. Okay. That would make sense. We need a NextAuth. NextAuth secret is going to be ABC. Let's just do that for now, but that should be better in production. So that should be picked up now by NextAuth. If we just source and we do undev, I don't think we need to add that anywhere explicitly because NextAuth picks it up. So let's just refresh and retry. Dev at tlr.je hashtag. Another error. So this one is, what is it? A long one. Very long one. What the hell? Payload, credentials, received null. What is that? Error, type error. The payload argument must be of type object or receive null. Okay, I think it's something to do with our auth config, so let's just see what we're getting then. The good old console log. Credentials and validated field. But let's just change this to validated fields. Okay. Give it another go. Let's see if we're getting the right stuff through here. Dev at tlr.je ABC123 hashtag. Sign in. Okay, looks like we are getting some correct stuff. Callback URL, auth challenge, yes. Validated field success, true, yes. Foreign key constraint session.user.id. Let's just check our session quickly. ID, unique, string, expires, user. Okay, let's just have a quick foreign key constraint violated session.user ID. Okay, so we need to look at our signing action. Oh, sorry, not our signing action, our JWT here. User ID, session token, console.log, session. Let's just take a look at the data that's being passed into the session here. Okay. Dev at tlr.je. Let's see why this is erroring. Requires to have a user ID. User ID is a UUID. Shouldn't be. User.id should not be a UUID. So that's why it's failing. User here, hash password. Okay. User ID, user.id is this, which is incorrect because, why is that? Session user. Okay, let's just take a look at what the user is here. So that's why it's failing, because the user ID is a UUID. Let me see if I've got something wrong here. where are we setting the user ID? Token.id is session token. Okay. Dev at tlr.je abc123 hashtag. Okay. User. Hashed password requires 2FA and ID. Maybe we need to just get the ID true here and pass in from the authorized callback the user's ID, although requires, so yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's try that. Dev at tlr.je. The ID is correct now. Session is session token. Yeah, that all looks good. Expires 2020-02-24, which is in a week's time, which is correct. Next redirect. Okay, so now it's just this redirect issue, which I think is because it's in a try-catch block in our sign in action. So if I just take this out and we refresh and we say dev at tlr.je, we do abc123 hashtag sign in, and there we go, fixed. So if we just go back and test that again, dev at tlr.je, and we put in the wrong password, sign in. Okay. ABC132 hashtag, that's strange. It shouldn't be. Let me quickly go into the... Let's just make sure this is all working. Console.log. Password or hashed password is user.hashed password. And then password would be validated fields.data.password. And then we just want to check if it's a match, which it shouldn't be. So let's go back. Emailed, and then we're just going to put in a random string of characters like that. Sign in. Match is a promise. Okay. We messed up here. Return B. I see. We need to await this. God damn. Yeah. That'll be it. Okay. This should now. Let's just make sure match is actually. So go back. Dev at tlr.je. abc123. Oh, let me do double hashtag there. Sign in. And we get a error like that. So now we just need to go to our sign in action. And we need to basically so let's just bring back our try catch block. I remember what we need to do here. We need to say if is redirect error, then pass in the error like that and throw error. And that, I think, effectively throws the error back to us here. So let's just try at tlr.je, random string of characters, sign in. Nice. Okay, that's now working. And then same if I do, random email at gmail.com, pass that in. That will just give me an error. And then if I do dev at tlr.je, abc123 hashtag, let's just make sure what's getting. So yeah, getting the error in here and then sign in. And that successfully redirects us to the challenge page. Okay, can kind of get rid of all of that and start working on our challenge. In this section, we implemented NextAuth v5 with credentials-based sign-in. We set up a dedicated admin sign-in page using Next.js App Router, and we stored sessions securely in the database for admin access. In the next section, we'll focus on creating a one-time password form with Resend and Redis. So we're going to set up an OTP form on our design here. And that's going to be in our auth. We're going to say OTP form.tsx, and we're going to export const OTP form. It's not going to have any props. We're going to just return OTP for now and pass that in. We're going to make this use client. I'm going to pass that into our challenge page, which is here. We've got our session like that, so that's all good. You just get rid of that. That was for display purposes. We can see that's being displayed here. Requires 2FA is true. So we're going to go through how to set up this two-factor authentication part now. But we're just going to design the form first and then set up all the functionality for the form. Const is pending set or start transition. Use transition. Oh, sorry, I'm doing it in the wrong page here. We're going to import the OTP form. Okay. And we're going to say use transition. This has to be on a use client form here. Const router equals use router. Form equals use form. And the resolver, Zod resolver. And then we need to just set up a schema here. Const one-time password schema equals z.object. Code is z.string.length. Minimum length is going to be 6. OTP must be exactly 6 digits. And then regex, we're going to have / upward arrow / d plus $, / and this is going to be OTP must contain only numbers. So that regex just validates that it's numbers. Pass this schema into here, one-time password schema. And then we can actually get the type OTP schema type equals z.infer type of one-time password schema. And we can move this into our schemas directory. Schemas otp.schema.ts export import Zod and export the type. We can pass that into here, and then our type can go OTP schema type goes into like that. Sorry, not into here. Move that to there. There we go. Okay, we'll start building out our form. First, it's going to be a div. So that's going to have a class name of min h calc 100 viewport height -4 rem. You've probably seen we've used that in a few places. Flex w full flex 1 justify center px6 pt10 lg items center lg pt0. Okay, inside here we'll have another div, flex, w full, max width, lg, flex call. Get rid of this. And then here we're going to have a h3 with a class of mb for text 4xl, lg text 5xl, text center. Ooh. That's going to say one-time password. Underneath, we'll have a P with a class of MB12, text center, text slate 500. It's going to say enter the 6-digit code sent to your email. Now, this could be sent to your mobile as well. We're going to do it with email here, just because they're logging in with their email address. But all of this that you're going to learn here is going to be transferable to setting up with, say, the Twilio or Infobip API, which allows you to send a text message verification code. It'll all be similar in terms of functionality. You can just swap out the API you use and the method for sending it. We're going to be using Resend since we're using email, and we'll set that up in a bit. So form, we're going to open up a form like that. We need to import this from our UI directory, and then as usual set up a HTML form with an onSubmit handler, which will be form.handle submit, and we'll have to pass in a submit handler and onSubmit function here, which we'll just create quickly. That'll be submit handler OTP schema type equals data, and we'll just leave it as that for now. Next, we're just going to get a form field, copy that into here. Let's just copy this form field like that. Form item, control. We don't need a label. We don't need this because we're going to create a custom one. And this is going to be code. So we're going to create an OTP input. OTP input.tsx. So we'll say export const one-time password input is equal to forward ref HTML input HTML input element pin code props, which we'll create interface pin code props extends. We're going to omit react.input HTML attributes HTML input element. We're going to omit the size, type, and value like that. Open that up. We're going to say set value is going to be react.dispatch react.set state action string or number or undefined. Type will be text or number. It depends on which one you want to choose. Length is going to be number. Center is going to be Boolean. And input class name will be string. Okay. I'm going to open this up and then open up another function inside it. Open up the object and we'll destructure the props. So we're going to get type. It's going to be text. And we can just kind of open this up like that. Type is going to be text. We need to just pass in the ref as well here, so that's another one. Oh, return nothing for now. Get rid of those errors. Okay, so we got type equals text, default value, length is going to equal 6, set value, center will be true, class name, and input class name. And the rest of the props. So we just destruct or spread those props like that. Now we've got props. We can just say props like that, and const equals props, and then we'll just call this rest. I just prefer that in terms of styling and syntax. Okay, next, const input refs is equal to useRef. We're going to pass in HTML input element array, since we need to use that for multiple inputs, having to pass in an empty array here like that. So there's a fair amount of functionality we're going to add to this, because what we want to be able to do is handle of keyboard events, paste events, stuff like that. So first of all, we'll just get the styling right. We're going to do that by adding a div with a class name of flex call. Ref is going to equal ref. Open that. Another div with a class name cn. Import our cn package, and then we're going to say class name center, and we're going to add some class names here. So we need to create a object for container class names. It's going to have a base, flex row, and it's going to have a centered, which is going to be justify center, align center. We're also going to create one for our input class names. Base is going to be block, peer, text center, text slate 950, BG transparent, MR2, focus placeholder, opacity 0, focus outline hidden, transition, duration 200, disabled BG zinc 50, disabled placeholder text gray 400, disabled text gray 400, disabled cursor not allowed, disabled border gray 200, rounded focus outline hidden, focus border primary. Size will be px2, py or p2, text to XL, font medium, w12, h12, sm, h70px, like that, sm, w70px. Color, base is going to be BG transparent, focus ring 0.6px, border gray 300, focus visible, border secondary, focus visible, outline hidden, focus visible, ring 1, focus visible ring secondary placeholder text slate 950 active, not read only, hover enabled, border secondary, good old chain, and then focus ring secondary. So let's just go back down to our class and say container class name dot center, container class names dot base when we give our base like that. Next, we're going to open up an object and we're going to say array dot from. We're going to pass in the length from prop that we've added, which is 6. Say underscore, one we don't need, I, and then return I. Close that off and say map, open up I, which is our value, our index, and return an input. The input is going to have a key of OTP input dash I, a ref, and we're going to create a function here for adding the input refs. So we need to just say function add input refs index number, return refs HTML input element, make this a function if refs input refs dot current index equals refs. So what we're doing here is we're saying if we are if there's refs in the callback function, then we're setting the input refs current index to refs, basically what's being passed into the callback function. So if we just say here add input refs and pass in the index like that. Type is going to be type input mode will be type equals text. Then we just want type, otherwise we say numeric. Auto capitalize off, auto correct off, auto complete off. On change, we're going to make a handle change event that takes an event and returns a handle change event, which we need to create. So we're going to go ahead and create that handle change event. Function handle change is going to take an event, react dot change event, HTML input element, index number, say const input values is equal to event dot target dot value dot split input refs dot current, get the index, get the value from the referred to input, and say that input value is now input values dot length -1. So we're setting the input value of that particular index to the input values of the index -1 of the input values, basically there. And if index is less than length -1, input refs dot current index +1 dot focus. So just focus in on that. And then we are going to set the pin value, and we want to do that by creating a new function. set pin value, set value, which is our prop input refs dot current dot map, getting the node here, returning the node dot value, and then joining those. And then we're just going to set input or set pin value like that. So now we can just go and say handle change, pass in our index. Now we want to, on paste, handle our paste event. So that's again, handle paste. I'm going to pass in event and I, and we're going to create this function, handle paste. In fact, let's just see how we're looking for now. Let's give a class name before we continue with our functionality. Let's just give this a class name, and it's going to be CN. We need to pass in our input classes dot base input class names dot size input class names dot color active input class names dot color dot base, and then our input class name from our prop. Let's just save this. In fact, let me comment this out for now. Save this. And one final class name. This just looks a lot tidier than adding all these classes manually, which is why we added them in the object above, because there's a lot of classes. So we're going to say app WebKit outer spin button appearance none, and then we also want to do that for the inner spin button. Okay, let's just refresh then and check what this looks like. Looks like nothing for now. And why is that? We should see our 6 digits here. Form. Let's just see our that'll be why. So OTP form or input, sorry, one-time password input, and just pass in a type of, we're going to give this a type of number, but you can choose between number and text. A set value prop, which will be our on change prop from here. On change. We also need to get our value. On change. So we're setting the value there. We don't need to pass in a value, which is why we're destructuring there, and we'll pass in the rest of the props like that. Sweet. That looks good. You can see there's some styles there, hovering, centered. Yeah. Okay, let's continue with our handle paste function. It's that again, event react dot clipboard event, HTML input element. Index will be number. Const copied value is equal to event dot clipboard data dot get data text dot trim dot split, and then const is complete copied value dot length is more than or equal to length, and we're going to say for let equals 0, I is less than length minus index I plus equal 1. So we've got a for loop here, and we've got an issue here as well, which is Oh, forgot to put let the I here. Let I equals 0. Okay, input refs dot current index plus I dot value equals copied value. So we're just basically setting the value of the index in the input refs to the copied value, which is pasted and then retrieved in this function or empty string. If index plus I equals length minus 1, input refs dot current index plus I dot focus. Okay, else I'm going to copy that and we're going to say plus 1 here. So we're just going to focus on those, we're effectively focusing on the last input when you paste a 6-digit code in there. I can show you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we're going to need to actually finish this off first, but let's just do event.prevent default set pin value, and if is complete, const form equals event.current target dot closest form dot request submit. So we're going to submit the form once it's been pasted. So I'm actually going to just comment that out for now and just show you the functionality. So let's quickly, we've got the on paste. So if I just paste that, you can see it focuses on this one right at the end. So that's that. I will uncomment our request submit because we want to submit the form once we pasted the value. And we've just got one more handle key down event too. So on key down is going to equal event handle key down event I. So this is our last function that we need to create. Function handle key down event is react dot keyboard event index is number, and this is basically just handling the case where we type it in one number by a number. Const current value is equal to input refs dot current index dot value if event dot key is equal to arrow right and index less than length minus 1, then input refs dot current index plus 1 dot focus. And we're going to do the same for arrow left, except the difference being that we're going to just check if it's greater than 0, and then we're going to minus 1 here instead of add. And then finally backspace, we want to say if event.key is backspace, we want to say if current value does not equal empty string, input refs dot current index dot value equals empty string. Else, if index is 0, return, because that's right at the start and there's nothing to backspace. And then we say input refs dot current index minus 1 dot value equals empty string, and focus on that as well. And then set pin value. Cool. I think we are pretty much there with our form. Let's just go back to our, at least we're pretty much done with our input, should I say, because our form, we still need to complete some of this. Okay, so in our form, we just want to open up and add a div with a class name of flex, wfull, item center, justify center. In here, we're going to have a button. In this button, we're going to have a type of button, class name, flex, item center, gap 2.5, text base, font medium, text slate 600, transition, colors, duration 200, hover, text primary, group. And on click, we're going to give that a send code function, which we need to create. And disabled is going to be is code pending. In fact, let's just edit this to is code pending and start code transition. Okay, because we're going to have two actually, which is we're going to have an is submit pending, start submit transition. So go back here, is code pending, loader 2, we need to just give it that, class name, and otherwise we're going to have a different component, rotate CW, like that, with a class name. Okay, and I'm just gonna give both of these the same class name, W6, H6, text secondary, transition, colors, duration 200, group, hover, text primary, and then animate spin for the loader, but not for the rotate. And then we're going to say send button text because we want to dynamically generate that. So let's go ahead and start creating our send button text and our send code function. So send code will be start code transition. That's going to have an async function inside. And here we're going to await a action. So we need to create a resend challenge action. And then we're going to also add a use state here. So send button text set send button text is equal to use state send code. So that's the initial state. You can see showing on the right here. And we just need to make this button cursor pointer and then give this a class name of MB8. Okay, and so let's start creating our action. We're going to go to our actions directory, call this challenge.ts, use server at the top as always, and then we're going to export const resend challenge action. It's going to be an async function. Don't need to pass in anything here. We're just going to get the session. Remember, we created this auth like that. I'm going to say if no session dot user return success false message unauthorized. And then what we need to do is we need to create an issue challenge function. So we're going to go to our lib, and anything that is like to do with our challenge, we'll say otp.ts. Here, we're going to add a Redis prefix, which is going to be OTP. And we're going to create a helper which issues a new 2FA challenge for user and sends them the code. Okay. If there is already an outstanding challenge, it just resends same code. Okay, so we're going to export async function issue challenge, user ID, string, unique identifier, and email string. Const array equals new uint32 array. And then we're just going to get the code, which is going to be crypto.getRandomValues, pass in that array, get the first index element, and modular or modulus 900,000, which is 6 numbers here, plus 100,000. So that gives us our code. And then we get a hash, and we await bcrypt password hash code.toString. So we hash that code like a password, and we say the challenge is code hash that and the email. That's the challenge. So 2 unique things there. Then we import Redis, and we need to await our Redis store here, and we do set x Redis prefix. That's our prefix with a colon. UID, we give it the unique user ID. Then some config, we do 60 times 60, so that's how long it will expire in. And then we just stringify. In fact, we don't even need to stringify this because I think the Upstash Redis already does that for you. So we just pass in the challenge like that. Now we need to send the code because we stored the code in the session. Now we need to send it. We're going to do that by using Resend. So I'm going to go ahead and sign into Resend. So if we just go to resend.com, click Get Started, you can create an account, but I'm going to sign in with my GitHub. And okay, so if you go to domains, you can see I've got a few domains here and I've set them up like this. So what you'll need to do is set up a domain. You need to go to add domain, choose a subdomain if you want. You don't have to. You can put your primary domain. Basically, that'll be the domain that you send from. So if I put mail, example.com, then I'm going to have to send from no reply or whatever email address, Taylor dev at mail.example.com, if that's what you put in here. But if you just put your fully qualified domain name, then such as the one I have, tlr.je, then I'll just send from, no reply at tlr.je, which is what we're going to do here. So we add a domain, you choose the region closest to you, and then you get, let's just put example.com, add that, and you'll get these DNS records here. And you need to go ahead and add these to your domain names registrar, where you manage your DNS records. Fairly self-explanatory. You can easily find out how to do that. You just copy the host name, the value, priority, etc., and make sure the type of your DNS record is correct in your DNS management UI. And then also add the DMARC. Then you click add, verify that you've added, and it will verify that works. Can keep this all the same. You don't really need any of this. Maybe enable click tracking. For me, I'm going to just delete this because this is not my domain. And I'm going to go, so I've already added my tlr.je domain. Now I've added this, these DNS records. I've already added my tlr.je domain name and verified it. And so I've already got my API keys as well. And so when I create an API key, I give it sending access, I choose the domain that's verified, and then I give it a name like that. And so what we can do here is we can create a new API key. So this is going to be test or car dealer website. Give it sending access, use my domain tlr.je, and I'm going to copy this. And you can see it's created a new API key here. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to put it in here, resend API key is equal to this. And I'm going to copy that and put it into here. I still don't know why this isn't formatting correctly. Very odd. It should format, but it doesn't. Okay. Never mind, we'll just format it ourselves. So what we want to do is put resend API key, z.string. We can also add our NextAuth just for validation purposes. NextAuth secret, z.string. Okay. Then we add these to here. And we copy them, process.emd. Right, so now we've got access to our resend API key. We just want to create a resend file. And we want to come out of this, run add resend and React email. So we added these two packages, React emails, how we'll be sending emails with resend, or creating and sending emails. So we want to import our env. After that, import resend from resend, and then just export const resend instance equals new resend env dot resend API key. Simple as that. This is where we're going to now utilize resend. So we want to get const error from resend. It's the only thing that was returned from resend dot emails dot send from env, and we need to add an email address here. So as I said, from email address for me is going to be no reply at dev.tlr.je. It's going to be no reply at tlr.je. We're going to open this, say from email address z.string from email address, close those, from email address to email. Subject will be sign into env.nextPublic app URL. For now, we'll just do HTML, and that is going to basically be a template literal string. P code. Let's just see if this even works. But basically what we want to do is we want to create a challenge email, and we do that in our emails directory. So we create a new directory in a root folder, emails, and we say new file, challenge.tsx, export const challenge email is equal to, and we return, let's just do for now, p with code, and we do data equals to prop defaults, and we want to just const prop defaults is equal to code 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that is going to be data.code. So we have to do this. We have to basically destructure our props here. We can't really pass in props by this prop, type of prop defaults. We have to always do it like this in resend emails. So we've got our challenge email, and in fact, we don't want to export it like that. We want to export default challenge email. And then, yeah, let's just, in addition, add the React template, which is challenge email. In fact, let's just go to our tsconfig and add that to here. At emails is /emails / wildcard like that. So at emails / that. Bring this up. Okay. Restart our TS server. And then let's just challenge email. Nice. Okay. And we pass in code or data code like that. Now let's just test if this actually works. So we're going to just run our server again. Going to say if error, throw new error, and we can actually console.log the error as well. Console.log error. This can say error sending email, error dot message like that. In fact, let's just do error dot name, error dot message. Okay. So we've got our issue challenge helper. Let's just run it. Await issue challenge. Pass in our session.user.id and our session.user.email as string and as string. Issue challenge, return, success, true, message, code sent. Okay. Let's go back to our form and run it. Issue challenge action or resend challenge action, and let's just test this now. So okay, now let's just send the code. So okay, auth challenge post has worked. Let's just check the email. Nice. So there we go. We've got code. And that is 712414. So let's just finish off our resend challenge action before we move on to completing the challenge and actually like verifying the user. So we'll do const. We get success or message as what return from the resend challenge action. And then we set the send button text to resend code now because the code's been sent. So now we just say resend code. And then we say if no success, toast, open that up. Title is going to be error. Description will be message. And variant will be destructive. and we can just return. Otherwise, we do a toast, title, code sent, and description, check your email for the code. Okay, try that again, resend or send code, and then it now says resend code like that. Code sent, check your email for the code. Sweet. We also want a little use effect here, which can change the status of the button again as the text to sending. So we say is code pending, like that. Depends on the is code pending, and if is code pending, set send button text to sending. Let's try that now. Sending and code sent toast message, perfect. So that sent the email, perfect. So now we are going to continue with our on submit handler, and this is going to be for submitting or completing the challenge and verifying that the code is correct and it matches the user trying to sign in. So we're going to say start submit transition. That will be async, and then we create a complete challenge action now. So we've got our resend challenge action. We just want to create our complete challenge action. We can do that in the same file. Complete challenge action is async. We're going to get the session from auth. If no session.user, we can just copy this from up here. I need to await the auth. And we return that. So then we just get the ID from session.user. And we say const result is equal to await complete challenge. And we're going to pass in the ID, a string, and the code as an object, and return the result. But we haven't actually got this. We just don't need the complete challenge. It's complete challenge like that. And we need to create complete challenge now. And this is going to check whether the user supplied challenge code is correct. And if so, update the session. So export async function complete challenge. User ID is string. Code is going to be string. In fact, I just realized we brought that into an object. We don't need this. We can just say code like that. And we actually need to pass in the code here. Code string. So complete challenge action, pass in the code. Let's just add that. So, okay. So what are we doing here? We're saying complete challenge action. We're passing in data.code. And let me just get this here. So await complete challenge action, data.code. That passes in the code, checks for the session if the user is logged in or not. Because we need to make sure the user is logged in. Then we say await complete challenge, pass in the code here. And what we do now, const challenge equals await redis.get. And we pass in a type of code hash string email string, which is the challenge type. In fact, we can bring this out into its own interface challenge is that. And we get that from where we set it, which is Redis prefix UID dash user ID. So we get the challenge. If the challenge exists, We say is correct by comparing bcrypt password compare the code with the challenge.code hash. And just open this up. And then we say if is correct, we get the session from the database, prisma.session.findFirst, where user ID and requires 2FA is true. Because remember, we store that field on the session. And then we say if session, and then we say await, or then we say await prisma.session.update many, where user ID and data is requires 2FA false. So we're updating it to requires 2FA false. So we also say session token, session.token, or session token. So where those two are true, we update. We get the session token because that's unique. We don't want to update every single session for this user because there could be some nefarious actor trying to get in, and we don't want that. Then we delete the Redis ID here, UID, user ID, so it can't be used again. And we return success, true, message, 2FA enabled successfully. And we just come out of this and say return success, false, message, could not find the session for the user. Come out of this one and we say if it's not correct, we return basically this as well again. And message is going to be incorrect verification code, please try it again. And then we just want one final one, which is when the challenge is not found. So we just say challenge does not exist, please try again. So now we can just go back to our complete challenge action, copy that, and we can start finishing off our complete challenge code here. So we already pasted our complete challenge action. We just do const result is equal to await complete challenge action. Just want to console.log our result. And if no result dot success, we do toast. Title can be error. Description will be result dot message, and then variant will be destructive. Else, and we're just going to push here. So in fact, else we can do console.log the result, and we'll just say result error. Let's just do first and second. Okay. Now let's just test this out. So if we, so what we want to do actually is we want to go to our auth config, and we want to finish this off by saying await issue challenge, and we're going to pass in our user.id as well as our user.email, and we need to get our email actually, email. That should be it. So let's just go ahead and go back to our admin dashboard, or our admin login, sorry. Put in our login credentials, sign in, Okay. And that should be fine. Looks like it has sent the challenge. Okay, so if we go to our emails, open this up, you can see we've got our code here. And if I just paste this code, it should submit. Submitted, there we go. First result, success. Second result, yeah, success. 2FA enable successfully. And so now if we just check our session in the database, so this is the latest one, you can see requires 2FA is false. So that will be the value now that we get when we console.log it. So we're on the challenge page still because we haven't managed any redirects here. But if we go to our page challenge and we just console.log or we get const session equals await auth, we console.log our session, we should be able to see that requires 2FA is still true, which is odd. Why is that? Let's have a look. Session. Requires 2FA. So is this the one? That is the latest one. Okay, let's take a look. Complete challenge action. Complete challenge. Find first. Prisma.session.update many. Where session token is. Maybe it is this that's caused the issue. Where session token is that. Let's see, when was this? Yeah, okay, session token is that CC4. Okay, you can see our user here. We need to actually get rid of this hashed password from the session. Just in case we do console.log it through to go to auth.config hashed password. So we actually need to just delete the hashed password from this object. So, okay, I'll tell you what we can do. We can just say const db user equals await Prisma. We can just omit hashed password with Prisma's omit function. And we can just do that. Find unique user ID, user.id. Okay. Email's been set there. So the user is being added to the session somehow. Because you can see, I'll tell you what we'll do. Okay, session.user is equal to ID or email user.email. And then let's just return session. Okay, session.user. Let's just see here, what is the user? Let's just try session.user. Try this. Okay, so that works. Setting it to an empty object works. So now we just need to, if we whatever we need, we can get from here. Yeah. Okay, so next on our list of things to do is actually to update our header to give us whether or not we're actually logged in. So let's go to our components and we're going to create a sign out form. This form is going to export a sign out form, which doesn't take in any props, and it just returns a form with an action, sign out action, which we're going to create, and it's going to have a button, sign out button, which we'll create just now. So const sign out button is equal to, and we're going to return a button. That's going to have a type of a submit. Disabled will be pending. We'll need to get that from pending use form status. Class name flex item center gap 2. And I'm going to say pending and loader 2 class name mr2 h4 w4 animate spin, and that's going to say sign out. Okay, got our sign out button. Now we just need to create our sign out action. Let's go to our actions, sign out.ts, and export const sign out action equals async await sign out from our auth redirect true redirect to sign routes dot sign in. Simple as that. So we got our sign out action. Let's bring it into here. We can also just verify that there is actually a session. So const session equals await auth. If no session, return. Return success false message not logged in. Okay. So we've got our sign out action. We've got our sign out form. That looks like it's causing some issues actually. So let's just if session. Let's just do that. There we go, sign out action. So if there's a session, sign out. And now we can bring this sign out form into our header. So we've got at the bottom of our header, or here actually up at the, where is it? We've got our favorites link, and we're just going to say if signed in, so if session, which we need to import. So let's just do const session equals await auth session. We're going to get a div. If no session, we are just going to render our favorites button. So the div is going to have a class name of item center ndflex gapx6 hidden. Inside it will have a link to our dashboard. I'm going to call that back office. href is going to be routes dot. Let's just go to our routes and create admin /admin /dashboard. In fact, let's just put it into its own object dashboard. Call that routes.admin.dashboard. So that's our back office link. class name, text foreground, and then we're just going to paste our sign out form. Okay. Looks like we need to make this use client. Okay, here we go. So what's this? Resend API key, sign out action. Why is it saying resend API key? It's resend dot. So issue challenge auth.config. That should be server only. You're importing a component in the server. That only works serving not supports pages directory. Very odd. This is a server only component. So auth import server only. I forgot to also, but let's go to our API, create a new directory, auth, another directory within that NextAuth, and a file in there, route.ts, export get post from app/auth. Not saying this is going to fix the issue we're having, but I just realized we forgot that. So yeah, it's still got an issue. Auth.config is going to lib.otp. OTP, challenge email. Yeah, complete challenge is fine. That's being called from a client component. Complete challenge action, issue challenge. Basically, if I delete that, refresh, that fixes it, but so that only just came about when I created what were we working on the header. So it came when I created the header issue. What's going on here then? Use server on the sign out action. That's the issue. Cool. We're still console.logging the session, so let's just get rid of that. And we don't need that here. Okay, so now we've got back office and sign out. If I click sign out, it signs me out, takes me to the sign in page, sign in, and we go to our OTP and we're signed in now. So in this part of the tutorial, we created Redis storage to issue and validate 6-digit codes. We integrated Resend API for sending temporary passcodes via email. And we built a custom OTP or one-time password input component handling paste events and multi-field focus. In the next section, we're going to be securing routes with Next.js middleware. That works. So the next thing we can start doing is our middleware. And we don't have a middleware file yet, so we need to create one. And our middleware will give us access to our admin dashboard. So let me just first create the app admin dashboard. So if we do this in here and we create a new directory, admin, and we call it, in fact, we don't have to group that like that. We can just say admin, and we have a new directory in here, dashboard. Give that a page.tsx, and we export default function admin dashboard page. And we return admin dashboard like that. Okay, let's view that page, admin/dashboard. Perfect. So it doesn't have the layout of the other presentation layer. It just has its own layout. So we need to make that layout in a bit. But for now, we can see we can access that. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to our source directory and we are going to create middleware, middleware.ts. And in this file, we're going to effectively redirect away from the admin dashboard unless the user is authorized to access it, which basically means currently any user who's logged in. So being logged in will give you access to that dashboard. So I'm going to export default and we're going to import our auth like that. And so we wouldn't be able to do this with a local database, and I'll show you in a minute why that doesn't work or how it doesn't work, but we put in our request. So auth is just a wrapper around our middleware, and it allows us to basically use middleware as we normally would, except now we've got access to our auth. So console.log user is request.auth. See, we've got this auth object. We wouldn't have that if we were to just export middleware normally. So if I refresh now, that should show, yeah, there we go. So user, ID, session token, etc. And then if I just log out, you can see that's null. So this is great because watch what happens if I just change quickly to a local database. And so let me go to our local database quickly. And if I remember correctly, our local database string was Postgres QL localhost 123456. Oh, actually, sorry, TLR 1234 at localhost 5432/CDW, and then schema equals public. Pretty sure that was it. Let's have a look. Source Prisma DB push. Perfect. That was it. And so now go to our Prisma and we remove our with accelerate. We change this back to client, not use the edge. Okay. Run Prisma generate. Dev. Okay. Refresh the page. Can you see what's happening? What is this? Oh, okay. Error. Prisma client failed to initialize because it wasn't configured to run in this environment. And then all we have to do is just remove this export default middleware, or export default middleware, and we just say like that, give it a function, export default function middleware, and we just say okay. Now that's not wrapped. Now you can see, and if we can just console.log test and middleware, let's just make sure that's still running. Yeah, testing middleware. So now that works because we haven't wrapped it in our auth. But basically, when we wrap it in our auth and we have a local database, we refresh. Oh, it's still, can we just undev, refresh? Yeah, we get this issue. And that is why we use the database, which is on Prisma Postgres. Source.env, pdev or undev. Refresh. And we've got user null. Let's just sign in. Go to our middleware. Great. So in this middleware, the first thing we want to do is we want to check if request.auth exists. And so let's just see, the user here, request auth, is this object. And so we want to check if that exists. And if it does, we then want to say if request.auth.requires2fa is true, then, in fact, we need to just quickly get the next URL equals request.nextURL.clone. So we clone the path for the URL for the request. And we say if next URL.pathname is equal to routes.challenge. So if the path name is routes.challenge, return next response.next. That's absolutely fine. We are on the challenge path, and that's where we should be. Else, if we're not returning next when the request.auth.requires2fa is true, then we need to get the challenge URL, which is new URL routes.challenge, and then we're going to just say request.url. Then we'll return next response.redirect to challenge URL. So let's verify that this works, because what ultimately this should be doing is whenever you've signed in, it should just always redirect you to here until this is false. As soon as this is false, basically it would come out of this statement and it would go into this next one here. So we're signed in. Let's refresh. Oh, looks like we've got some infinite loop going on here. What is that? Okay, so let's see. We're add auth challenge. That's this URL here, right? Auth challenge. So let's just test console.log. This is working. Refresh. This is working. This is working. Okay. Oh, might be because we haven't actually returned next response.next. Let's just do that. Next response.next. Refresh that. Nope. That was not it. Let's just see, is this working? Yeah, this is working. So if request to auth, let's just do console.log next URL dot or next URL dot path name. Refresh that. What are these path names? Next static. Let's just quickly go to export const config equals object, and then we want to add a matcher. So a matcher in NextJS middleware. NextJS middleware matcher basically allows you to ignore some content. See matching paths below to learn more. So matching paths, middleware will be evoked for every route in your project. Given this, it's crucial to use matches in your precisely target or exclude specific routes. That's what we're doing here. We're excluding basically / we're doing a kind of regex here. So open brackets API / auth plus next / static plus next image or favicon.ico or manifest.json. Close that and then give it a wildcard like that. And that should now ignore these paths. So let's just try it. Okay. Next URL logo.svg. We don't need that. Logo.svg. Okay, refresh. Yeah, so it looks like the next URL is always that one. That's ideal. Next, we're just going to test. If we do / admin dashboard, it should redirect us here. And that's exactly what it does. And then, to be honest, like, back office list, like that back office link should take you to the admin dashboard, but it doesn't currently. So inventory can't actually get anywhere until you sign out. So you're basically logged in here. And then if I sign out, currently, I believe, yeah, since we're only checking if request to auth, I think we need to like also redirect if you're not authorized. So we'll say else if next URL dot path name starts with admin and or sorry, next URL dot path name is routes dot challenge. Then what we want to do is we want to say const sign in URL equals new URL routes dot sign in request dot URL, and we want to return next response dot redirect to sign in URL. Okay, does that make sense? So now that I'm signed out, if I try and access admin dashboard, it takes me to the sign in page. When I log in, I get taken to the 2FA page and I can't access anything else. I'm literally stuck here until I either sign out, can't access the sign in page again, can't access the back office. And so that's it. And then if we actually enter the code, we should be able to access the admin dashboard, although I don't think that's set up correctly at this point. Let's paste. Challenge does not exist. Okay, that's odd. Maybe it was the wrong email. Let's see. Result, challenge does not exist. Okay, let's refresh this. Send code. Error sending, missing required field, missing to field. Okie dokie, so something obviously gone wrong here. Resend challenge action. Let's see, console.log session. So let's just send the code. Session is, session.user. We need the session user ID. Okay. That would make sense. We messed up by making that an empty object. So let's go back and say ID is session.user ID. And then what's the other thing? Email, which will be our user.email. Perfect, right. Send code. Code sent. Go to our first email. Copy this code. Paste it. Result 2FA enabled successfully. Can we access back office? No. Okay, so let's just go to our sessions in database. Delete all of these. Delete everything there, right? Sign out. Okay. Right. So have we gotten a new code? Yes, we do. So let's just see. We've got a session. Requires 2FA is true. Paste the code. Okay, that's submitted a request. Refresh. Requires 2FA is false. And now if we go to our middleware, we just console.log authorized. And that's request.auth.requires 2FA. Let's see. Refresh. Authorized is false. So that is false now. Perfect. So let's open up this and say if next URL.pathname equals routes.challenge or next URL.pathname equals routes.signin, admin URL equals new URL routes.admin.dashboard, and then request.url return next response.redirect admin URL. Save that. Refresh. Boom. So what's happening here is we are redirecting. So basically, we've just said, if this is true, which it currently isn't, do this. If it's false, do this, which is check if the URL is either challenge or sign in, because either of those pages, if you're logged in, you shouldn't be on the sign in page. And if you're 2F, so that's if you're logged in. If you're on the sign in page, then you shouldn't be there. And if you're on the challenge page, but this is false, we should just redirect you to the admin dashboard. And so we should still be able to access our home page. Yeah, inventory page. And now our back office. Boom. So that is it. So if we go to /challenge, yeah, takes you here. So that is looking good. Whilst we're on the topic of middleware, we're going to set up some request headers for security purposes. We're going to do that by set request headers function. It's going to take in request headers, which is the headers, and it's going to get a nonce buffer dot, which is just like a unique ID dot friend crypto dot random UUID to string base 64, and that is basically just a randomly generated value that gets generated on each request. And then we're going to set the CSP header. So CSP header is equal to a template literal string, default source self script source self, and we should close these off, put a semicolon after. Nonce is going to be nonce, and strict dynamic. Style source will be self, and then we'll also use nonce here. Oh, style source, image source self, blob data, font source self, base URI self, object source is going to be none, form action will be self, frame ancestors will be none, and upgrade insecure requests. Now, rather than me explaining what this does, I am just going to get AI to do the explaining for you. So I copy this, or not copy it, I'm going to highlight it, Command L, I'm going to just copy this, cross all of these out, and I'm going to paste it into our chat here and say, what does setting the CSP headers do? Helps protect your web application from various types of attacks, particularly cross-site scripting and other code injection attacks. Let me break down. So yeah, it breaks everything down. A fallback for other resource types, controls which script can execute, only scripts matching nonce attribute, controls which styles can be applied, allows images from same origin, data URLs or data URIs. Yeah, basically, there's lots of security benefits here. Request headers dot set, and we're going to just set our custom request header, which is going to be XAuth token, and we are going to get that from our environment variables. So we're going to wrap this in template literal. We're going to say bearer env dot, and we want to go to our environment variables, say XAuth token, and that can be secret like that. And then env, get that in here, XAuth token, and in here as well, XAuth token z.string, okay, env.xauth token So we're setting this custom header here. What that allows us to do is to use this header in various API requests to validate that basically we check if the XAuth token matches the one we have in our environment variables. So we're setting it on every request, and then in some requests, such as the API calls, we're checking if it, get rid of that, equals. We're checking if that header matches the one, the environment variable auth token matches the one in our request, and if it does, we allow it to go ahead. That's just a nice way of controlling who can access your API, basically. And content security policy equals CSP header dot replace // open bracket 2 comma close bracket /G. So regex there. Replace that with space dot trim, and then request headers dot set. Let me just copy this a few times. I'm going to set the nonce or x nonce to nonce, and well, we don't need this many. We're just going to set the content security policy to, oh sorry, that's the value, content security policy to content security policy, like that. So we've got our request headers, and now we're just going to set those, and we're going to set them here. Set request headers. We're going to pass in our request headers. So we're going to go const request headers equals new headers request dot headers. Pass those in. Okay, so we've set our request headers. Next, we want to quickly go down, and basically we want to say request headers, because what we're doing here is we are first of all setting the request headers here, nonce, security policy, XAuth token. Those have been set, and now they're being passed in here. The alternative here, and I've done this before, is to set the headers here like this. Headers, request headers. But don't do that. Don't do that. So important, do not do this. It will break server actions. It's basically from running, which is this. It interferes with server actions. This interferes with server action requests, and it's really hard to track down. So yeah, instead do this. In this part of the tutorial, we covered adding middleware to guard admin-only pages at the edge layer. We added security headers to improve site security and to prevent malicious attacks. We ensured that unauthorized users are redirected away from admin endpoints. In the next section of this video, we're going to implement an admin user interface, as well as an email template with React Email and a rate limiter with upstash Redis and upstash rate limiter. Now we can move on to building out our admin dashboard. And we've got this admin directory, and we just want to add a layout into the directory itself. A layout file, because we want a separate layout for the admin. Export default async function admin layout. Open that up. Get the children, props with children, and we're going to return div, which is going to have a sidebar, admin sidebar, which we need to create, another div, and then an admin header, which again we need to create, and then a main, which is going to include our children. So we'll give the main div wrapper div a class name of flex bg primary 900 min h screen w full. We can actually just verify this is working by going to admin dashboard. Okay, you can see that bg primary is taking effect. This is going to have a class name of flex, flex col, flex1, overflow, hidden, and then finally our main is going to have a class name of admin scroll bar, which we'll create as a custom class, flex, flex1, flex col, gap4, p4, md gap8, md p6, overflow, auto. Go ahead and create our admin header. So in here we are going to say shared or layout, sorry, admin header, export const admin header equals async, and we're going to return a header inside that a div with items center flex 1 gap 4 md gap 8 grid calls 3 w full, then call span 1, and we're going to have a search component in here. So let's just go ahead and create our admin search component, which will be in admin here. New file search.tsx. That's going to be export const admin search equals return search input, which we've already created. Placeholder is actually going to use the path name equals use path name to make this use client. Placeholder will be search path name dot split / we're going to get the second part of the path name and just add ... like that, and give it a class name of wfull focus visible ring 0 placeholder text muted appearance none bg primary 800 border primary 800 and pl 8. Okay, so that's our search. Let's add that here. Say admin search. And is our header imported? No. So let's add our header here. Import that. Nice. You can see that's up there. And now we just want to add our sidebar. So we do that by adding in here admin sidebar. Export const admin sidebar equals const is sidebar expanded, set is sidebar expanded, use state false, const handle sidebar hover equals use callback, open that up, expanded boolean set is sidebar expanded to expanded, and then give this an empty array as a dependency array. And that's some sidebar variants because these are for using framer motion, and that's going to be expanded which 256 collapsed is going to be width thick content, and that is going to be variance from frame motion. Same as this, menu text variance. It's going to be variance. Expanded will be opacity 1, width auto, margin left 10. Collapsed will be opacity 0 and width 0. And then logo variance, initial opacity 0, animate opacity 1, exit opacity 0. First of all, we'll import motion from framer motion, and we'll return motion.div. Return motion.div. Okay. Inside that, we'll have a div with a flex call grow bx4. Inside that, a link, which will be for the logo. So that'll be a href of routes.home. Make it import link. And then a div of relative h60px w full. And then for the logo, we're going to say animate presence. Initial will be false. Mode will be wait. Say is sidebar expanded. And we're going to give it motion.div. So just make that a element there. Motion.div is going to have a key of expanded logo, class name absolute inset 0, variance will be logo variance, initial equals initial, animate equals animate, exit equals exit. So those are the names of the various variants. Transition will be an object with duration 0.4. And then we're just going to pass in our logo here. So image, next image, all equals majestic, motors, logo, and source will be logo or /logo.svg. Fill will be true. Class name, object contain, object left. Okay. Then let's open this up. The sidebar is not expanded. We're going to copy this, paste it. And we're going to say logo-mob. And the duration here is going to be 0.1. I'm going to call this collapse logo. So it's a different logo altogether. Let's just rename this to Majestic Mobile logo. Okay, so we're getting there. Let's just go into our layout and make this a component. And to give this a class name. Class name equals bg black 20 h screen overflow hidden flex call. Animate is going to be is sidebar expanded otherwise collapsed. Variance is going to be sidebar variance like that. Initial will be collapsed. So those are just the properties, right? We can see these are properties that we've put on the variance. Transition will be an object duration 0.3, ease in out And then on mouse enter and on mouse leave, we need to just create two functions here, which are going to be handled sidebar hover. One will be true, on mouse enter will be true, and then false. Okay. Use state, I guess we need to add use client to the top. Okay, let's see. There's the logo. Mobile logo doesn't seem to be showing. Logo mob. .svg. That's strange, so let's have a look. Go to our... Close all of these for now. So, admin layout. First of all, not sure why, but the header doesn't... Needs to have like some padding or something there. That'll be why. Class name equals flex h60 items center gap 4 px6. That looks a bit better now. Okay. Still unsure why we haven't got the logo in here. What's going on? Let's see. Needs a width. So add sidebar, what fit content, collapsed fit content, okay. Sidebar variants, let's just make this. See if I can add W60px here. No. Let's just see if I can do auto. Let's try 60. That's better. It'll do for now. Okay, admin dashboard now. Oh, actually, we need to quickly finish off the layout. Layout for admins. Our admin sidebar. Const navigation equals array name dashboard href routes.admin.dashboard. Icon will be layout dashboard icon. Let's just copy this. Classifieds. So we're going to add these routes. Classifieds. Be /admin/classifieds. Customers. /admin/customers. And then settings. /admin settings. So classifieds. That will be car front icon. Customers. Users icon. Settings icon. Cool. Got our nav. Now we can just bring that nav to life. So after our link, we'll say nav with a class name flex call gap2. In here, navigation.map item return. We're going to create an active link component. For now, we'll just make that a link with item.name in there like that, with a href of item.href and a key of item.name. Cool, you can see that is showing now, but doesn't look very good. So we need to style it with an active link. So we're going to create an active link in our UI. Active link.tsx export const active link equals props active link props. We're going to give this interface active link props href string children React node and class name string. Const path name equals use path name. Need to give this a use client directive. Since we're using hooks, is active equals href equals path name. We're just going to destructure the props href children class main props. Return a link from Next.js like that. href equals href. Class name equals cn from our libutils. Class name is active. We're just going to give it a class of bg primary, text primary foreground, hover bg primer. Otherwise, text muted, hover bg white 10. And then in here, pass in children. Okay, we can now use this here, active link, and we're going to give it a class name of flex items center p2 rounded lg transition colors duration 200 w full cursor pointer. And inside we're going to have a div with a class name, the flex item center justify center, and then bring that into there. We're going to say item dot icon aria hidden true class name h6 w6 shrink 0, and we can just self-close that icon actually. Motion.span, bring that item.name in there like that. Variants will be menu text variants. Animate is sidebar expanded, otherwise collapsed. Initial will be collapsed. Transition duration 0.3. Ease will be ease in out. And then class name white space no wrap overflow hidden. Okay, let's check that. Nice, that looks good. The only issue is the collapse sidebar doesn't look big enough. Yeah, sorry, this needs to be like we had fit content. Yeah, that's what we want. Fit content. There we go. Perfect. Looks good. Active is active. That one's obviously not working there. Okay, so yeah, I mean, we can just create our pages here in admin dashboard. So we'll just create classifieds, and we'll create customers, and we'll create settings, and we're going to create page. Export default function settings page return p settings. Okay, copy that, add a page here, so call this customers, and page here as well, call this classifieds. So now we've got the pages. These should work. Cool. Yeah, 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 they all work, right? And you can see the search bar as well is changing. Search classified, search customers, search settings, dashboard. Boom. Okay, so there were a few things that we forgot to implement previously, which were our emails. And our email needs to be designed in a way that is pretty, right? It doesn't just want to be a number. So we can create a basic kind of a React email layout. So that's going to be a parent component that wraps the child component and gives it basically Tailwind CSS. So we're going to say const email layout equals that. And we've got AI enabled for this. So let me just disable that. Disable. Okay. Gets in the way otherwise. Return. We're just going to return HTML from, we need to install that component. So I'm going to bun add at React email components. That's where we'll get that from. HTML is our main wrapper. Import HTML from, yeah, okay, it's auto-completing there. Cursor tab again, not disabled. Disabled. Okay. HTML. And then we're going to use Tailwind. And then we're just going to have a config, which will be our TW config, which we'll create now. And let's see, why is this shouting me? Children is missing. Head. Font. We're going to give this font family. That's going to be Inter. Actually, we'll make it Roboto since that's what we're using. And fallback font family. Let's just bring that in. Yeah, we'll stick to Verdana. That's fine. And then we're going to have a meta tag for color scheme. Oh, look at that. Cursor's enabled again. Name equals color scheme. Content is going to be light only. Meta, going to have name is supported color schemes. Content equals light only, because we want it to just not use the system dark email, basically. How do I disable this? Cursor prediction disabled. Okay. It's still doing it. Okay. How do I disable this? Disable globally. Disable globally. Okay. Preview, which is our email's preview text, that we're going to bring in as a prop. So we'll say preview equals string, empty string, and preview string required. Let's just say email layout props interface email layout props extends props with children, and it includes preview with string. Next, below that, we're going to have body, and inside that, container. Inside that, container. Inside that, we're going to have a section, a row, a column, a link, and an image, img. Link will have target equals blank. But let me just import this. That's from React email components again. Rel will be no opener, no referrer. Href is going to be base URL, which we will create. Const base URL equals process.env.vercel URL, because we're going to use vercel for deployment, in which case we have to prefix https process.env.vercel URL. Otherwise, process.env.next public app URL. Pretty sure that's the name of it, yeah. So the reason we do this is because we use process.env here is because we can't import our environment variables from the .mjs file, env, that file there, because it will break things. So we do that. And then we've got our image. The source is going to be base URL /static/logo.svg. And static is a local file to the emails directory. So we need to create that. And we need to just copy and paste our logos from public into static. And then we can continue with, we need to add an alt here, equals logo. Container, that's going to have children. And then finally, we're going to have a footer, which is going to be another container, a section, a row, a column, and another column underneath. Okay, let's just go back up to our body. Give this a style of background color. Hashtag F4. Font family is going to be -Apple-system. Blink Mac system font Roboto. Oh, I need to make this a double quotes here. That's also double quotes. Roboto, and then we're just going to say sans serif, like that. Next, we're going to have a margin of 0 auto and a padding 16 px, 16 px, 0, 16 px. So you can see here we are using, what is this type? Should be in here, body. Yeah, you can see here we're using CSS and JS, or whatever this is called, styled objects, is because sometimes you just need to use that. Sometimes the styles that we use in this just don't get applied in Tailwind CSS. So this is going to be margin 0 auto, and then these will be background color of FFF. I know what that's supposed to say. Style. We'll give this to all the containers, children classes, parent, or no, that is also a, yeah, like that. So now with the child container here, we can actually give this a class name this time with rounded LG, P4, 2XL, P6, MB4, 2XL, MB6, Our column will have a line equals center. Our image will have a class name of hfull and w200px for our logo. Just going to copy this, paste it into our child container like that. For our first column, we're going to have class name of flex, items center, align is going to be left. In here, we're going to have an image with a class name of w16, h16, source of base URL, /static, /logo-mob.svg. This column will be aligned to the right. And that is going to have an address. Class name, not italic, text right, text XS. Open that up. That'll be a span of text gray 800. Majestic motors. Next line, we're going to have a BR. One hacker way. BR. United Kingdom. W1. 1AB. BR. And then we're going to have a link, which will just be an email address, hello@majesticmotors.com. Don't actually own that domain, but it'd be cool if I did. Class name equals text blue 600, underline, and href will equal mail to that. Cool. Now what we can do is we can test the design of this. Me just export default here. Export default email layout. And we can test the design of this by just backing out of this and running run email dev. You can see that's actually created a local host. So now if we just check, we've got a development environment for our layout. You can see what that looks like. That looks pretty decent. You can see got some white backgrounds on the header and the footer and for the content. So that's our layout created. The next thing we're going to create is the challenge email, which is currently just a code. And we can just go here and we can just say return. We're going to bring in our email layout. To wrap it, we're going to give this a preview of, because this is the challenge email, we're going to say sign in to your account by using the code in this email. We can even pass the code in there actually. By entering in the sign in form. You can say data.code. Next, we're going to say container. Doesn't want to import container from @React email components. Container section heading. Heading will say sign in to. We're just going to paste our, again, our base URL. So const base URL. In fact, I'll just copy it here. Sign into this. You can have another section. That's going to have a div text center class. A text, which is again a component. Class name of font bold M0 verification code. Then underneath that, we'll have font bold, text 3XL, MY 2.5, MX0, tracking widest. That's going to contain the code. And then just another text input, which is M0 for the class, and it's going to say this code is valid for 10 minutes. Because I believe if we go to our OTP file, we set the expiry to 10 minutes. Let's see, 60 times 60, maybe not. Setx key TTL for 10 minutes. 600 seconds is 10 minutes. So if the TTL is 10 times 60, that should expire in 10 minutes. I don't actually need this HTML code anymore. So that's looking good. Let me just open up the challenge email again. It's not perfect here. We need to just also add another section with some text, class name, text secondary, text center, text LG. If you did not request this email, you can safely ignore it. And then what else do we need? Give this some styling. Text 3XL, empty 0, font semi-bold, text center. This will have a class name of MB4, max width LG, flex col, item center, and then we have on the container a class name of py4. On this one, we have a class name of flex items center, justify center, BT gray 200 P6 rounded. Okay, so that looks really good now. And we can actually go ahead and test this out. So get out of that, run bun dev, so we can go to our normal server, close that, and let's just log out quickly by clearing the cookies. Clear that, refresh, log back in. Yes, there was one other thing I needed to do, which was this verification button. So let's just go quickly to our one-time password form. And you can see we actually forgot to implement this. So, oh yeah, and this, I think this was necessary to push. So we do router.push routes.admin.dashboard. Okay. So we just go up and we add another div here with mt6 flex wfull flex col gap4 md nt16. Give that a button. Inside the button, we're going to have a span with a class of text sm, uppercase, tracking wider, and text inherit. Well, that didn't work as expected. There we go. In here, it's going to say, is submit pending? Then it's going to say verifying. Otherwise, it will say verify. Then is submit pending. I'm going to show a loader, the usual loader 2 spinner we use. Class name here is going to be W4 H4 shrink 0 animate spin. Okay. Otherwise, null. So now we've got this verified button. We can just go to our email, check our email. There it is, looking good. Currently the logo and the logos don't pull through, but you can assume they're there. They will be there on, you can either self-host them and put a URL somewhere that's live online and use that URL instead of the Vercel base URL we used. Or you can basically use this and you can expect them to work in Vercel when we deploy it. You'll also note that in the preview text of the email, you can see the code there. It says sign into your account by entering the code. I always prefer that when an email has the code in the preview text, because usually it allows you to copy it if you have an iPhone directly. Like, you don't need to open the email, copy it. You can just, like, the iPhone will recognize the preview text and be able to paste that in. So anyway, I'll copy this code, paste it in here. You can see that's verifying, and then boom, we get redirected. So actually, let me just, what I noticed there is we didn't disable this button. Also give this a class name of flex w-full capex2, and disabled is going to be is submit pending. Cool. One final thing before we continue on with the admin dashboard pages, which will be our this one here for the analytics. I would like to implement a rate limiter for logging in, and then also for the code. So we'll have 2 separate rate limiters. Just again, a security purpose. So we're going to call that rate limiter. That's going to need bun add at upstash rate limit and upstash Redis. So pretty simple here. We import rate limit from upstash rate limit. We import Redis from upstash Redis. We import difference in minutes from date functions, and we import headers from next headers. We say const rate limit login equals new rate limit. Redis is going to be Redis from AMB, and again, going to have to disable this even though it keeps appearing. Limiter is going to be rate limit dot sliding window. We're going to say 5 and 10 minutes, which means 5 requests per 10 minutes. So we'll copy this, and we're going to have one for our OTP rate limit as well. OTP, and that's going to be 3 new codes every 1 minute. Then we have an async function, generic rate limiter, and we pass in type, which is going to be OTP or login. It's going to return a promise with a type of rate limit generic, or rate limit login, sorry, dot limit. And it's going to get the headers. So const headers list is equal to await headers from NextJS. Let me get the IP headers list dot get x forwarded for or empty string, and then we're going to return rate limit In fact, we're going to say return type equals OTP, return rate limit OTP dot limit. And then we're going to pass in the IP, otherwise rate limit login dot limit IP. And now we can use those. In fact, we might need to make this both. Rate limit OTP. What's going on? In fact, let me just delete this. Return type. Well, that should say generic rate limiter. And then we want to say export async function generic rate limit and const success reset is equal to await generic rate limiter. Oh, generate again. I keep saying generate instead of generic. Generic rate limiter. We need to pass the type into here as well. Type OTP or login. Type const reset time is equal to new date. Now is equal to new date. Difference in seconds is equal to math.round reset time.get time minus now.get time. I forgot to pass reset into here. And then we want to divide that by 1000. So that's the difference in seconds. And then we say if no success and if diff in seconds is more than 60, which means it's more than 1 minute, we say const reset time in minutes. We get difference in minutes from date functions, reset time, and now. And then we return success is false. Again, our prev state. So we can actually just say promise prev state. And let's see, return success false message. And we want to say too many attempts. Please try again in reset time in minutes. Minute reset time in minutes is more than 1. Add an S, so it's plural, and then otherwise don't. And then we do the same for seconds, which is just the next like break clause. And we say difference in seconds, and we say diff in seconds is more than 1. Boom. And it's not saying, okay, it might be that or undefined, yeah. Because if no success, so if success, it doesn't actually do anything. So we want to use this in our sign-in form. We want to say const limiter error equals await generic rate limit. We're going to pass in login here because this is our sign-in form. We say if limiter error, return limiter error. Otherwise, just continue. So what's that doing? If it's no success, we return this basically message. So it's just a generic thing. And then we can use that exact same thing in our challenge action. And we say, get rid of that. So resend challenge action we kind of want to just do that above getting the session. Generic rate limit, OTP, boom, done. So it's going to actually, basically fail if they do more than 3 resend codes in 1 minute, which keeps the costs down of your API requests. So that's looking good now, and yeah, I think we could probably test it out with logging out. You can just test out the send code one, since that's to run this. Send code one will be easy to trigger because it's 1 minute. 3 codes in 1 minute. Tag. Cool. Where is this coming from? Async sign-in action, yeah. Okay, so if I just send code again, resend, there we go. An error, too many attempts. Please try again in 6 minutes. Perfect. Yeah, obviously you can see sent 3 codes. Close that, paste. It's verifying, logs me in, and then boom, we're on our dashboard. In this section, we implemented an admin search and layout with navigation. We designed an email template for a one-time password using a React email environment. And we added a rate limiter to sign in and challenge endpoints. In the next section, we'll focus on the analytics dashboard with sales analysis, where we can start building out the analytics on the dashboard. So here we're going to start by opening up our admin page, and that is in our dashboard page. And we can start here by getting the time. So const now equal new date. And then we have const start of this month. It's going to be start of this month, start of month. From date functions, we're going to put in now, copy that, change this to end of this month. And then we do end of month from date functions. And then we do start of last month, start of month, sub-months, now, and 1. So that gets the start of last month. Just open this up a little bit. Then we're going to initialize all the promises. So we want to say const last month promises is equal to cars sold this month Prisma dot classified. Remember, Prisma is a promise, or it returns a promise. Any Prisma query returns a promise. Oh, that's meant to be count. We say where status is classified status dot sold updated at greater than or equal to start of this month, and then less than or equal to end of this month. Next, we're going to do cars sold last month. That's going to be the same as this. However, the difference being, we're going to say greater than or equal to start of last month, and then less than start of this month. Less than start of this month. Okay, now we'll just quickly get this data. So we'll say const, and we'll have an array, cars sold this month, cars sold last month equals await promise.all looks like we need to add an async function here. Object.values last month promises, like that. So now we've basically got a promise to all, and we get all of the values destructured in an array here. We can just console.log cars sold this month and cars sold last month. And let's see what that logs. Also, we just want to break this out into its own function, because otherwise it would get pretty difficult to manage. So we're going to say async function get dashboard data. And we can open that up, paste all of that, and then we can just console.log, or sorry, run await get dashboard data. Oh, that should be data, sorry. And then let's just return analytics, and we can just make that class name text white. Yeah, okay, so we got the analytics there. And you can see cars sold this month and cars sold last month, 0. That's because we seeded the database not that long ago. But if you have kind of, effectively updated a classified to sold in the last, basically if you have a year's worth of cars and you update a classified to sold throughout that time, it's going to give you the analytics here. And we will come on to that a bit later. I'm going to seed the database with a year's worth of history, which should give you a chart as well as realistic data for each one of these. So we'll do that in a bit. So let's just copy this, change this to new customers this month. Prisma.customer count, and then less than or equal to, in fact, we just copy this again. And we say, we don't need a status here. And in fact, we can just say created at instead of updated at. Copy that. Let's do another one. New customers last month. And then we just change this to start of last month. And then start of this month. And change that to less than. And then finally, we are going to do another 2, which is going to be purchased customers this month and last month. And the only difference here is that we do a status of customer status dot purchased, and we change created at to updated at. And the reason we're doing this is because we want to get this month data and compare it against last month's data to get a percentage of growth over the last month. So there's 3 different analytics we're going to show here, which are the current cars sold in this month, the current new customers in this month, and the current new purchases of cars this month. Or cars, basically purchases, because if you've marked a customer as purchased, then you can basically say that they're purchased. So we're getting those 3 analytics, and now we're going to just return them. So let me just copy this data here, new customers, purchase customers, and then just paste it in here, because we are getting that from a promise to all, just making it a bit more efficient. Now we just need to create a function that calculates the percentage change. So calculate percentage change between the current and the previous to give us a percentage. So the current being 11 and the previous being 0. And then we can return previous is more than 0, then we open up current minus previous divided by previous, and then we times that by 100, and then we return 0 if previous is not more than 0. Okay, we can bring that into our helpers or our utils, whatever you want to call it. Export function like that. Calculate percentage change. And then we can do that for each one. So the next thing to do, we're going to check the percentage change between cars sold this month and cars sold last month. So we do const cars sold percentage change is equal to percentage change, or calculate percentage change. The cars sold this month, cars sold last month. Okay, let's just console.log that. Cars sold this, cars sold percentage change. 0, okay, that's not correct. Let me try and see what's going on here. So maybe we need to update this. So if previous equals 0, return current is more than 0. Otherwise 100 or over, or yeah, 100. Otherwise current is less than 0. Minus 100. Otherwise 0 to handle that. And then return this current minus previous divided by, let's just put math.absolute and then 2 times 100. Okay, that's a 100% increase. Yeah, that's more like it. Let's see, if I did, you know, let's just say car, in fact, I'll change 1 in the database to let me just quickly open up the database and say bunx tunnel like that, copy this port, edit this connection, change the port, test that, connect. Let's go to our classifieds. Let's change one of them. One of the sold cars, status sold here, to updated at in the last, let's see, last month. So let's just do 1st of Jan. Or actually, no, yeah, like maybe 13th of Jan. Save that, so that's 1. And then let's just close this, run dev. So now we should see like a, what, 95% increase or something, 98%. So look, 900%, 100, that's 900. Okay, let's just check. Let's delete one of these cars. So now we've got 10. Oh, forgot to go back. Edit the connection again. Let's just delete one of these cars. So we got 10. It's pretty obvious, just a maths. I'm not exactly very good at maths. So let's go to sold. We've got 11. Delete this one. Change these 5 to, let's just open up the sidebar. The date, which is created at and updated at. We want to change updated at to 01/12, like that. For how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. So now there's 5 last month, 5 this month. Percentage change should be 0, surely. Maybe I'm getting it wrong here. Is the percentage change 0? Minus 33. Okay, we're getting this wrong here. This should say, right, so if previous is 0, return which previous isn't 0. Let's just make sure what we're getting here is correct. Console.log current previous should be 5 and 5. 4 and 6. What? Got 10 units. Updated at 1, 2, 3, 4. 113. Okay, so that's not correct. Let's do 02, 14. Save that. Why is it disconnected? Let me get off this VPN. Refresh. Oh, again. You know, you can just set the default port there, so shouldn't have to just keep changing the ports. Back to our classifieds, go to our sold listings, check the dates of the sold listings. You can see this one here should be 02, 14. Right, now 5.5. And get rid of that, button dev. Hopefully don't have to update the database again. 0% surely. Yes, perfect. All right, I think I'm confident with that. Because last month we sold 5, this month we sold 5, and now, yeah, that seems pretty good. Although, yeah, that's good. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is get the new customers. So constant new customers percent change equals calculate percentage change, pass these two values, and then same here, copy that, and then pass these two values, and that's going to be purchased customers percentage change. Purchased customers percentage change. And now we don't actually have any of that data. So let's just return those 3 variables. 1, 2, 3. And then we can continue building out some more analytics. So let's just go up to here and we can say total sales last month equals Prisma.classified.aggregate, where status classified status dot sold updated at GTE is start of this month less than or equal to is end of this month. And then for the aggregate, we are going to sum. That's going to be the price, true. So we get the sum of the price for the classifieds where all of this information is true. And then we can just copy that. We can get the same for the previous month. So we say greater than start of last month, and then less than start of this month. We say total sales previous month. Sorry, this should be not last month, that should be this month. Total sales this month. Price, okay. Another promise, so in fact, we can just basically add that to this promise. So here we go, last month promises. Object.values, okay, so what we want to do is put that into brackets like that, spread it, and then we just want to add total sales this month and total sales previous month. Okay. Add these two. Total sales this month. Total sales previous month. Okay, what's going on? Spreading that. What's going on this here? Ah, yeah. Okay, why is this not working? Number or... Could it be... Okay, let's just get rid of this. Let's just do it in its own promise. Const sales last month, or sales this month. Sales last month or previous month equals await promise. Got all slightly less efficient. Passing those, and then there we go. Now we can just calculate percentage change. We'll do that by getting the total sales. Sales this month. And then we get the sum.price. We can just say or 0, even though it should always, shouldn't ever be less than 0. Or we say const previous total sales, and then sales last month, basically. Sales previous month dot sum dot price or 0. Okay. Then we just calculate the percentage change. So sales percentage change equals calculate percentage change total sales previous total sales. Console.log sales percentage should be the similar. Let's have a look. Minus 2%. Okay, yeah, that's because. Okay, let's just check the prices. So total sales previous total sales. Yeah, you can see the total sales was 314. So that's how much in kind of I'd say revenue. And then yeah, total sales this month is slightly less than that of last month. So that's correct. Now we can actually get some kind of conversion rates, like percentage conversion rates. So we'll say const conversion rate, conversion rate equals new customers this month. If that's more than 0, purchased customers this month divided by new customers this month, or 0. So that's the conversion rate. And then we can just do the same, but for previous, again, previous conversion rate. And that is new customers last month. And then that again would be last month, and then last month. Last and last. And then we can just quickly get const conversion rate percentage change is equal to calculate percentage change conversion rate and previous conversion rate. Okay, can return all of this. Conversion rate previous conversion rate, percentage change, sales percentage change, total sales, cars sold this month, new customers this month, conversion rate, sales percentage change. We don't need the previous conversion rate because that's just for percentage. We just need the percentage change. We don't need anything previous, so let's have a look. New customers, purchase customers, new customers, conversion rate, percentage change. Okay. Next, we can start bringing out our data. We'll start by just quickly going const data or dashboard data equals that. And that's going to be a promise. And we're going to do that because we're going to pass the promise in to a component. Let's just get rid of this. And the component is going to be components admin dashboard. And then we're going to just make a component KPI cards.csx. And we're just going to import that here. We need to export it. RFC KPI cards. And we just need to say export const KPI cards equals that. Export that KPI cards. Going to pass in our dashboard data. Okay. Props is going to be KPI card data props. I'm going to copy this and interface KPI. In fact, let's just do type KPI card data props equals data, which will be type of total sales this month, total sales previous month. Oh, it looks like we forgot one here. Const total sales percentage change equals calculate percentage change total sales this month, total sales previous month, total sales this month. What the hell? Oh. There we go. Where is this coming from? Forgot to remove these from there we go. Okay, get rid of that. Total sales, yeah. So there we go. Sales. All right. Yeah, so we're passing in this data. We want it to be a type of the return type of this function. And so we've got this here. What we can do is we can create a type, which is going to be type KPI or dashboard data type equals weighted type of return type. Or actually, no. Weighted return type. And then type of get dashboard data. Yeah, that is it. So you can see they're all numbers. And then we just export that type from our page here. We say dashboard data type is our data. So that's guaranteed to be correct. And so we can destructure that. Const data equals props. And we can then destructure basically all of the items here. And since we're passing in the I'm actually thinking about it. No, that isn't correct. It's a promise. My bad. We don't need awaited. We did not need awaited. There we go. So now we can just destructure this. Const that equals data. Actually, we need React use data. My bad. Okay, so now we need to just create an array. Const dashboard data equals an array, and we're going to say ID 1, title, total sales, description, total sales revenue in the last 30 days. Icon, we're going to have pound sterling. Amount, total sales. Percentage, we'll say math.round sales percentage change. And then the style will be currency, because we might not always have currencies here. And what I want to do before we continue with that data is just return the UI. So got a div, give that a class name of grid gap 4 md gap 8 md grid calls 4, and then we're going to take that dashboard data and we're going to map over it, get the props from it, or item, let's say, and return a KPI card with a key of item.id, and we're going to just spread the rest like that. We need to create this card, so we're going to say const KPI card equals props, and we're going to say well, we need to have a think about what this is. Let's have a look. So it is this. So we're going to say interface dashboard item equals, or that, and that is going to be number. That is going to be string react.node, React node number again, and that's going to be currency, or I believe decimal. Right, dashboard item, and then we can just say this is an array of dashboard item. Okay, that's not a React node. That's going to be it's going to be a React dot element type. Right. And then props will be dashboard item, and then let's just say number. Let's have a look. Oh, that needs to be KPI card. Why is it saying this? Promise React node. In fact, we need to just update this to intl dot number format option style. And then, yeah, I really have no idea why this is. What is this? That's a promise, yeah. Why is this being like that? Key item.id. KPI cannot be used as a JSX element. Oh, I know why, it doesn't return anything. There we go. Okay, next we're going to say const icon, and then rest equals props. So this is our card. Okay, our card will have a component card with a key of rest.id and a class name of bg gray 800 border gray 700. It's going to have a card header with a class name of flex row item center justify between space y0 and pb2. You can see it shaping up on the right hand side there. You can have a div with a class of flex call, and space y1. Inside that we're going to have a card title with a class name of text gray 100. That's going to be our rest.title. Underneath that we'll have card description. That is going to be description. It's actually going to have a text background instead. Background like that. Oh, background doesn't work. Text muted. Background. Text muted. There we go. Then we're going to have the icon here. The class name h6w6 text gray 400. Close that. Let's see what that looks like. Nice. Then underneath the card header we'll have card content. Class name flex item center justify between. Inside card content we'll have a span with a class of text 2XL, font bold, text grade 100. Then we're going to say format number, so utility we made it a long time ago, rest.amount, and style will be rest.style. Currency is going to be GBP, and now makes things simple. Maximum fraction digits is going to be 0, and we obviously need to close that. Oh, there we go. Okay, that looks good. Now we just need to continue bringing in our data. So next we're going to say ID 2 title cars sold description total number of cars sold in the last 30 days. Icon is going to be car icon. Amount will be cars sold this month. Percentage math.round cars sold percentage change. Style will be decimal. Next one, ID 3. Title is new customers. Description, total number of new customers in the last 30 days. Icon, users icon. Amount, new customers this month. Percentage, math.round, new customers percentage change. Style is decimal. next ID 4 title conversion rate description percentage of sales in the last 30 days icon trending up icon amount conversion rate percentage is math.round conversion rate percentage change, and then finally style is going to be a percent, which is why we changed that from currency and decimal to that. Purchased customers percentage change. Purchased customers. Looks like we don't actually need that. Purchased customers. Yeah, get rid of that. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is look at the dashboard data again. And, sorry, not the dashboard data, the KPI cards. Get rid of that. Yeah, we've got that. That looks all good. So those are the, yeah, that's the cards, although they're, okay, they are slightly responsive, could be better. Let's just put it into a, where are we? It's the card, let's do this. Medium gap 8, medium grid calls 4, let's just say LG grid calls 4, medium grid calls 2. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Total sales, cars sold 5 this month. And yeah, there's no percentage change here. So we are going to add the percentage change here. P with a class name of text XS, text gray 200. We're going to say format number rest dot percentage style rest dot style. All right, we can just change that to percent maximum fraction digits 0. And then let's have a look. What are we doing here? I keep doing that. Okay, let's see, the minus 300%, 0, 2. So ultimately, what we want to say is rest dot percentage equals 0. Then we just say, because you say rest dot percentage percent, otherwise basically this. And yeah, so you can see there's 0% there. And then also, if I should probably bring this into a template literal. Oh, okay, never mind. Looks like it already does minus and plus. So yeah, that's fine. So we got 0%, okay. And then here we can actually give this a class name, cn. And we can say rest.percentage more than 0. We give the class of text green 500, else text red 500. More than or equal to fat. yeah, we basically say more than 0 and then rest.percentage equals, if no rest percent, no, and we just say text gray like that. We can give that an important. There we go. So that's neutral, that's minus 300%. Although, not sure, let's just take a look as to why that is showing as minus 300%. 31,000 in the last 7 days. Take a look here. Let's probably have to turn on our database. Bonex, Prisma, PBG tile. Edit the connection again. Reconnect, edit connection, paste the port, test, connect. Okay, classifieds. So what we're doing here is we are getting for the total sales here, previous and total sales percentage change. Total sales is sales this month versus sales last month. Let's console of total sales this month, total sales last month, or total sales previous month. Previous total sales. What are we doing here? Wait, where is this coming from? Total sales this month, classifieds.sold price true. Total sales, okay, yeah, that's my bad. That should be that should be that. And then, in fact, these two should be the ones. Total sales and sales percentage change. Right, let's take a quick look. Let's just make that undev. Refresh. I know why this is happening. It should be. I get it. The reason is because we're storing the values as multiplied by 100 in the database to avoid floating point math errors. And so we need to divide those numbers by 100, which is what the format price method or function that we created earlier does. We need to say rest dot style, style equals currency. Then we say format price instead of format number. That's my bad. And then we say format number. So if it's a price, we need to say rest.amount. And let's see again, pricing currency, oops. Price is rest.amount, currency is GBP. I don't think we have currency on there, rest. Yeah, we don't. Okay, like that. There we go. That's more realistic now. So it's minus 300%. Is that true? Doesn't look true to me. Format price to minus 300%. Format number percentage divided by 100. I think it's minus 3%, to be honest. Yeah, looks about 3%. If we just do 31462566 and we minus that from the larger number, which is 32398637, minus that, we've got this number here. Then we get these numbers and we say plus that, so let's just put these in brackets, divided by 2, which is the average, that equals that. And we say, so we've got the, let's just get this one again, equals that. So that's the difference between the two numbers, the larger one and the small one. And then we've got the average, and we say this divided by the average times 100 equals about 3%. So it's actually minus 3%. Yeah, so that is correct. Okay, good. God damn, that was a bit of thinking we had to do there. Right, so that's looking good. Now we can get on with our chart data. So in order to do that, we are going to create an async function called getChartData. And that is going to return, well, effectively what we want it to return is interface chart data is going to return month. So we want each month in the chart, and then we want the sales number in the chart. So it's as simple as that. A bar chart with the month, which will be 12 months, and the sales in those 12 months. So that will return a promise with chart data array, and we'll get that by saying const now equals new date. Const months data is equal to that. Months data is equal to empty array. And then we're going to give it a for loop. Let I equal 0. I is less than 12. Less than or equal to 12. And I++. So const start date will be start of the month. Date functions again. Submonths. Now, and then I, the index, which will just keep subbing basically months from now, because that's ultimately what we want to do. We're going to get the historical data. So currently it is February. That will be then, this month's data will be February, January, December, November, etc., etc. So const end date will be end of month, start date. And then we just want to get the monthly sales from Prisma, and we'll do that by saying await prisma.classified.aggregate where status classified status is sold, updated at, again we use the updated at, GTE start date, LTE end date. And then we're just gonna give this a comma, say underscore sum price true. So that's giving us the price or the sales number. Then we say months data dot unshift. We say month, format, start date. We give it this, listening to use this format from date functions, and we give it this format MMM, which will be like Jan, Feb, Mar, etc. All those abbreviations. We say sales, monthly sales dot sum dot price or 0. And then we simply return months data, and that should get rid of that TypeScript there. Perfect. So now we can do the same for this. So const chart data equals get chart data, and we'll use React use to get that promise. We also need to create a type, export type chart data type, return type of get chart data. Although we could have just used a promise to wrap this chart data here, but To be honest, we don't even need this. We could just get rid of this. Same thing. So now we'll create a component for our chart data. So here we'll say sales chart, and we'll pass in the data as chart data. And let's now create that component. Let's go to our components, admin dashboard, sales chart.tsx. This is going to be use client. And we're going to export const sales chart equals props. Sales chart props will be an interface sales chart props with data as sales chart. What is it called? Chart data, my bad. So let's just import that. Chart data type. And then we're also going to need to install here recharts. So we're going to back out bun add recharts. That's what we're going to use to display a chart. Bun dev. And we are going to say data equals props. And then const chart data equals use, React use hook data. Then we're going to return a card with a class name of MB6 BG gray 800 border gray 700. Gonna have a import that card header, a card title. Card title will have a class name of text gray 100, and inside that it's going to say monthly sales new date dot get full year -1 compared to new date dot get full year, like that. Under that we'll have a card description, class name of text gray 400, and that will say number of cars sold per month. And then under the header, card content. Inside that we're going to take in the bar chart from import bar chart from recharts. Data is going to equal chart data because that is what the format of the data that the bar chart requires. So let's just click on that. Okay, yeah, it says any here, but month and sales, I'm sure there's other formats it can take in. If you look at the documentation for recharts, to import these because they're not seeming to import. X-axis, Y-axis, tooltip, bar, and responsive container. So actually in the card content above the bar chart, we actually need to add a responsive container. And that's going to have a width of 100%. And that just makes our bar chart available to view on mobile. Height will be 300. In fact, we can make it like 600 since it's... Let's just go ahead and do 900. Let's have a look at that. Might look bigger. Close that, bring it down. Bar chart contains the data. Now we just need x-axis. That's going to be a self-closing component. Data key will take in the month property from our chart data. So actually, yeah, that's why it's in any the data prop in bar chart is any because you define the keys on the axes. So stroke will be 888, font size equals 12, tick line is going to be false, and axis line is going to equal false, and axis line is going to equal false. And then we're going to just copy that, change this to y-axis. Stroke will stay the same. Key we're actually just going to remove because there is no key, it's the data. Font size will be 12, the rest, this will all be fine. And then we're just going to give it a tick formatter function, which will take in a value as a argument, and it will just return format price because we need to format the price. Price is going to be value. Oops. And currency will be GBP. Then we're going to have a tooltip, which will be self-closing, content, and we're going to just create a custom tooltip here because the standard tooltips are not very good. Cursor is going to be fill, transparent. And then one more component here for the chart, which is the bar. Again, self-closing, and it is going to contain data key of sales, which is one of the properties from the data, the chart data. Fill is equal to HSL bar primary, and radius is equal to 4400. Save that. Custom tooltip. Just need to go up and we can just go down here and create that. Const custom tooltip equals active, payload, and label. And we're going to just get the tooltip props from, which don't seem to be importing from here, type tooltip props. Looks like it does exist, it's just not correct here for some reason. Ah, I know why. Number and string. Oh no, it is because it doesn't realize it's a function. There we go, tooltip props, number, string. What we do here is we say if active and payload payload.length. Return div with a class name of bg gray 800 border gray 700 p2 rounded. Inside that we're going to have a p with a class name of text gray 100, and it's going to say open brackets template literal, open up this, say label, and give it a colon here, format price. Price is payload 0.value as number, and then currency again GBP. Cool. So that is our chart. Now we can just see what it looks like. So let's refresh. Let's open this a bit as well. Oof, god damn. Okay, it's a bit tall. Yeah, okay, but you can see January, February, that's the difference. And I believe that's the 3% difference. So you can see this here is a 3% change, minus 3%. So that's looking good, but the height obviously looks ridiculous. So let's just change that. Where do we set the height? Here, 500. Yeah, better. And then we got Feb, March, April, May, June, July. Will be all the way to Feb. Actually, do we need that? Can we just do full year? So yeah, I'm thinking we do months would just be 11. Let's see. Feb, Jan. Yeah, I mean, starting month is March here. Feb, Jan. Yeah, I think that's better. So we just need 11 months. Or actually, we can just say less than 12. There we go, same thing. In this part of the tutorial, we computed and displayed analytics data and a percentage changes. We optimized number formatting and currency handling for sales data. And we built a bar chart visualization to display sales trends over 12 months. In the next section, we're going to implement an image upload with S3 and integrate the AI SDK to automate the workflow for uploading classifieds. All right, cool. So we can actually start moving on to our next page now. And that is an exciting one, which is our classifieds page. And so basically there's going to be two kind of directories in the classifieds, or sorry, one directory with another directory inside that to edit. Edit's going to allow us to both create and edit classifieds. It's going to have an ID because we don't need a slug here. We can just take the database ID given it's on the admin dashboard and then a page inside here. So we'll just export default async function edit classified with props as page props and return for now nothing edit classified. Okay, we'll do some checks here once we do get around to it to see if the classified exists, etc. But for now, we're just going to render our table of data on this page here. Going to create an admin classified header, classifieds header component. That's going to be wrapped in a React fragment. And this component needs to be created. So we're going to go to components, admin. We're going to create a new one, classifieds. And we're going to call it classifieds header.tsx. And we're export const admin classifieds header equals. It's going to have search params from awaited page props. And we could just change this. And then return a div with a class name of flex call p6 space y4 and text muted. Another div, flex item center justify between h1 with a class name of font semi-bold, text lg, md text to xl. It's going to say all classifieds. A div with a class name flex item center justify between, and inside here we're going to have a radio filter component which we need to create, and a create classified dialog again which we need to create. So these are our header components for the classified page. So if I just comment these out for now, I save that and we quickly import it here, save that, you'll be able to see all classifieds there. So that's that. So let's go ahead and create our radio filter. So Radio filter is actually going to be a shared component, so we're going to use that in both the classifieds and the customer components, the tables even. Export const radio filter equals props radio filter props. Create that interface. Radio filter props extends awaited page props. Items is going to be string array because ultimately they're just strings that we're passing in, strings of text. Const items search params equals props. Const router equals use router. Const status equals, because status is basically the parameter we're using for these buttons, because ultimately this is a list of buttons that we're filtering by. And search params is going to contain the value of that. So status as string, we want to get that from our server-side search params. I'm going to say const handle status is going to take in the status equals, take in the status lowercase TypeScript classified status, and it's going to return a const current URL params equals new URL search params window.location.search. So that's how we get the current URL search parameters, and then we set current URL search params status parameter to status, but because it's an enum in Prisma, we say to uppercase. Then we say const URL, we construct a new URL, and we say window.location.href URL.search equals current URL params .toString. So we're basically setting the search params, and we're then router.pushing to the new URL that we just constructed. Okay, then we need to just use Unix shadcn to install radio group. Let me just check how we do this again. Radio group shadcn doesn't rank very high. Shadcn. How do we do that? Okay. Oh. What? Something went wrong. Updating. Interesting. No such file R directory index.css. That's crazy. Index.css. Very strange. Radio group is not installing here. Okay. Just debug this then. Shadcn. How about this? Sudo remove -rf, get rid of everything. Oh. Sudo remove. And then reinstall everything with bun install and hope for the best. Uninstall. Bunx add radio group. No such file or directory. All right, let's just go to our components. What's it looking for? Why is it looking for index.css? Because CSS is here. Config. Let's just do that. Right. Random. Don't remember ever changing that, but okay. Okay. Now we've got our radio group. We can say return radio group on value change is equal to handle status. Default value is always going to be all. Class name is going to be flex item center gap 4. And then inside this, we're going to map over the items. And we're going to return a label. HTML4 is going to be item.to lowercase. Class name will be cn flex1 rounded md px4 py2 text center text muted text sn font medium transition colors hover bg primary 800 cursor pointer, and then status dot to lowercase equals item dot to lowercase, and if that's true, text white and bg primary 800, and then inside the label we're going to give it, actually we need to give it a key first as well. That's going to be item, because they're all unique. Inside this, we're going to have a radio group item, which is self-closing, and then the item is going to be underneath that. Here, we're going to say id equals item.to lowercase. Value equals item.to lowercase. Checked is equal to status, basically this, status.to lowercase equals item.to lowercase. That is our checked. Class name is equal to peer and SR only. Right, let's just quickly bring this into here. Move that to there. Radio filter, search params. What else do we need? Items. That's going to be items equals all, and then object, just like we use in our formatting functions, object.values classified status. Okay. We use this to filter in the database, so let's just go ahead, close all that, refresh this, see what comes up. Should have a few buttons up here. Nope, because it is not a use client. There we go. Live, draft, and sold. Although, looks like the color isn't working on the background. Let's see what's going on. Status, item.to lowercase, text white, BG primary. What's going on here then? Console.log. Do we need to handle this? Oh. Well. Yeah, so let's think. Console.log status. Status is all. Click live. Refresh is still all. that'll be because search params are not getting passed into here. Props, page props. And we need to just say admin classifieds header takes in the search params. Props dot search params. Oh, my bad. Const param search params equals awake. And this needs to be async props dot search params. That should just be search params. There we go. Live draft sold looks good. It is changing color. And then we need to crack on with our create button. So create classified dialog. Going to just create a new component in our admin components for classifieds. Create classified dialog.tsx. That will export const create classified dialog. Don't need any props for this. However, we're going to need a few packages here. So we're going to install AI, and that is going to be bun add AI at OpenAI SDK / OpenAI, or at AI, sorry, SDK / OpenAI. And these are the two important packages if you want to easily use and integrate AI into your component website. So bun dev, and let's just return an empty React fragment for now and do that. Okay, refresh. So an important part of the site is automation with AI. And I'm just seeing we've console logged this here. We can get rid of that. And to do that, we're going to start building out the automated workflow for AI. And we need to actually do quite a lot of steps for that. So yeah, let's crack on. So we'll start by creating a dialog, and that's going to come from our UI directory. And in here, we're going to have open equals, just make it true for now, but we're going to set state there a bit later. And then on open change will be, again, a function to set the state. And then we're going to have a dialog trigger, which is what triggers the dialog, such as a button, as child prop, so that we can create a button inside. Button is going to have a class name of ML4 and a size of small. Inside that, we're going to say create new, like that. Then after the trigger, we have dialog content. And I can just quickly go into, so we're getting some error here because of use client. And yeah, there we go. You can see the dialog is now appearing. We say dialog header, and we get the dialog title, which is going to be create new classified. Okay. We also want to actually set the class name of the dialog content because it is currently not displaying properly. So class name, gonna say max width 6XL and then BG white. Okay, better. Now we want to go to our render body in here, and we want to say const is modal open, set is modal open equals use state false. Then const is uploading start transition, use transition like that, and then we'll copy that and we'll say is creating, and we need to actually just say start upload transition, start create transition. And then what we're going to do is we're going to start adding some AI. And the best way I can describe this is it is actually using, let me just show you the documentation, AI RSC. Just open this up a bit. Overview is currently experimental. We recommend using AI SDK UI for production. Let me just see if this is, yeah. So, okay, provide abstractions, stream UI, use UI state, yeah. Okay, so what we need is we need these two, use UI state, use UI state here, and use actions. And so let's just have a look at a little read. Calls a model and allows it to respond with the React server and component. Returns the current UI state and function to update the UI state, like React's use state. UI state is a visual representation of the AI state. Use AI state returns the current AI state and function to update the AI state, like React use state. The AI state is intended to contain context and information shared with the AI model, such as system messages, function responses, and other relevant data. And then use actions provides access to your server actions from the client. This is particularly useful for building interfaces that require user interactions with the server. Okay, and so what we want to do is we actually want to create a action in our actions directory that is going to just be called, we can just call it AI. And we're going to export const AI equals create AI. We need to actually import create AI. Create AI from at AI RSC. And that's going to have an initial UI state. And that's going to be an array. An initial AI state, that's going to be an array. And then we're going to have our actions, and we need to create, and you can add as many as you want in here. And those are just functions, or, well, they're server actions basically. And so we actually need to define some state here as well. So let me just see if I can go to create AI. Here we go. So yeah, you can see we've got actions, record string action, initial AI state, that's any. So you can see we need to actually define this state for what that is here. So we're going to say type server message equals ID number name undefined role, or actually no, sorry, I meant name or string or undefined basically. Role is going to be user or system or system. Finally, content, which is going to be user content, and that is going to come from here, user content. Or actually, no, sorry, it will come from another package, which is user content will come from the AI. There we go. Now we're going to basically say initial AI state as server message array. And then we're going to define our client AI state. So we're going to export this one because we need to use it in our components. So export type client message equals, basically copy this. And it's an ID, but the ID is required. We're not going to have a name. We are going to add a role, but that's just going to be user and assistant because on the system, we only need that in the server. And then we have a display, which is a React node. That's the server component that is being streamed back to the user interface. And then we have a classified streamable value, and that's going to be skeleton props, which we need to define a bit later. So for now, I'll just put any. Now we've got our AI, I can actually just import it into our layout. We want to wrap our layout with this component. So I can just bring it above the HTML, above everything, AI like that, and wrap it like that. So that's our layout, our main layout. You know, we could put it in the admin layout, for example, since we're only using it there. I mean, if that's preferable, then we can just do that. So let's just take a look. Admin layout. Yeah, we could just do that since we're only using the AI in the admin. And okay, so we've got that. Next, we're going to start importing OpenAI. We do that by saying const OpenAI equals create OpenAI. And again, that needs to be imported from create OpenAI from at AI SDK OpenAI. And then we need to go ahead and get an OpenAI key, API key. Say OpenAI, just say process.env.openAI API key, and then compatibility is going to be strict. And I'll show you what strict actually does. You can also say that OpenAI compatible, and so basically what it does, oh no, that's not the right one. The compatibility strict mode enable when using the OpenAI API. So I believe it just means, let's have a look here. OpenAI compatibility mode, you should set it to strict when using the OpenAI API and compatible when using third-party providers. So that would mean effectively that if we are going to be using a Perplexity API key, then we would just set this to compatible, because Create OpenAI allows you to do that. You can use multiple different models in this. So like, let's look. Where is Perplexity? Perplexity provider AI SDK. Oh, looks like they now actually have a Perplexity provider, but previously they didn't. So yeah, anyway. You can actually use other providers with this anyway. So that's why we do compatibility strict. And we're getting an error here. API key is undefined. Oh, we need to just get rid of process, say env.openAPI key. And then we need to add that. So let's just say OpenAI API key equals, and we need to go to our OpenAI API. So we just type in that in Google, OpenAI API, click on that, platform.openai.com. And then what you want to do is you want to sign up. And as you can see, I've already got an account. I'm just going to sign up with Apple. Sign in with passkey. Oh, cancel that. Continue with password. Let me just put in my password. Allow 542362. Done. Trust browser. Continue. Okay, so now I have an account here, and you can see what I want to do is I want to create a project. Just call this CDW, create. And then now we're on that project, we can go to our Need to look for API keys, dashboard, API keys, create new secret, and then we just call this car dealer website local. Create that, copy that, paste it into here, done. Now we have access to OpenAI via the AI SDK. So let's just go back. We need to add this environment variable to our env.mjs. OpenAI API key z string. Let's just move this across a bit. OpenAI API key process.env.openai API key. Right, and now that should work. Okay, perfect. So next, we're going to just create our server function. So what is it? Export async function generate classified. We also need to make sure that this is use server because we made that mistake earlier and it caused a bit of a hassle. So generate classified. Now this is the really cool part. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to generate a user interface for a classified. When a user uploads an image, it recognizes that image and then it basically generates the data and generates the UI on the fly. And so we need to do a few things. We can actually start by just kind of generating the UI and you can see it visually before we actually stream it. So we'll quickly continue with going ahead and doing this generate classified action. And then we will just build out the component so you can see it visually. So const UI stream equals create. Oh, my bad. So we want to take in an image and then we want to return promise with client message. Okay, and then we can just return null for now and just make sure this is saying null. Okay, now we want to say const UI stream equals create streamable UI from AI RSC. This function allows us to create a UI stream, and then what we want to do is we want to get const value stream is equal to create streamable value. There's some slight differences here between these two. Create streamable value is a string that sends values from the server to the client. The value can be any serialized data, so JSON or just a string or a Boolean or whatever, right? One of those kind of serialized values. Then UI stream is the actual UI. So since on the client side, it can be rendered as a normal React node. So that's what generates our display, our React node here. So get rid of these. We're actually going to give this a type in a bit because good for TypeScript. And then we're going to say let classified equal image and UI stream dot update. UI stream dot update, and we're going to pass in a streamable skeleton with classified like that. One thing I did forget to do, I could just see here, this isn't taking in components, is I forgot to make this a TSX file because it is actually generating a component, and now that works for TypeScript. So, okay, we need to add this action to generate classified, and then we're not really done here at all. We need to come back to this, but for now I'm going to just quickly show you what we want the skeleton to look like here. So you can see I'm passing in the image to generate classified, and we want the user to upload the image, right? So they're uploading an image. When they click create new, they'll initially load an image, and then they'll that image will just turn in, so they'll click a button and then that image will turn into a loading skeleton. And so we need to pass that image from the classified into the streamable skeleton to show it in here. And so we're just going to build out the streamable skeleton. Go down to our classified components, new file, streamable skeleton.tsx. Export const streamable skeleton equals async, because it's a server component. Props is going to be streamable skeleton props. And then we're going to say type streamable skeleton props is equal to partial omit classified AI. And we need to just go ahead and create the classified AI type. And that is going to be in our schemas. So we need to create a new file, classified AI.schema.ts. I'm going to say export const classified details AI schema equals z dot object description z dot string, and then we're going to get the VRM. And just to be clear here, this is what the AI is going to use to determine what fields to generate based on the image it takes in. So auto reading, doors, seats, ULEZ compliance, transmission, color, fuel type, body type, auto unit. Okay, so now we just need to export classified const classified AI schema equals classified details AI schema dot extend dot merge, and then we're going to add another schema up here, which is export const classified taxonomy AI schema equals z dot object year z dot number, or let's just do string for now and we'll change these in a bit. Make ID, make model ID, model, and then model variant ID and model variant. Okay, year is going to be number, and then we're going to describe what the AI should get, basically. The year of the vehicle. Make ID is going to be a number, it's going to be nullable, and it's going to describe the make ID of the vehicle. Make z.string describe the make of the vehicle. Model ID nullable, describe the model ID of the vehicle. Describe the model of the vehicle. Model variant ID is going to be nullable, so it's going to be a number. Nullable. Describe the model variant ID of the vehicle. String. Nullable this time though, because this is the model variant. Describe, and it might not exist, the model variant ID, the model variant of the vehicle. Cool. We can just merge that into here. Classified taxonomy AI schema dot extend. So we want to extend this. We want to get the title, which is going to be z.string dot describe the title of the vehicle, and then the image z.string.url describe the image of the vehicle. So it will become clear a bit later why we're breaking these into three different schemas, but we just quickly need to continue with this. So describe the description of the vehicle. So the AI is going to pick up these descriptions here, and it's going to generate the content based on this description. So ensure it is 50 words or less and does not contain any HTML tags. Okay, VRM is going to be describe the vehicle registration mark if unable to detect use unknown, like that. Photo reading is going to be a number. Describe the odometer reading of the vehicle. Again, these two are number. Describe the number of doors on the vehicle. That'll be seats in the vehicle. ULEZ compliance, so this is actually going to be a native enum, which will be ULEZ compliance. Describe the ULEZ compliance status of the vehicle. Transmission again, native enum, transmission. In fact, these are all native enums. Native enum, and then you can just put in these, give this capital C, color, fuel type, body type, odo unit. Okay, describe all these by saying .describe the of the vehicle. Color, fuel type, body type, odometer, unit. Okay, we got there eventually. Looks like everything's done. So we just need to use this here. Classified schema, are we exporting all these? Yes. And looks like that wasn't done. Classified AI. We need to export type classified AI equals z.infer type of schema. That gives us all the values from all of these three schemas. And then exclude or omit the make. And then we want to add make equals make from Prisma client. And then done boolean, these two values like that. Okay, let's just take a quick look and say return skeleton, streamable skeleton, because we might as well bring it up here to get the see what it looks like. Okay, where are we? We're in a dialog, we're in a classified dialog, and for now we can just bring in our got our dialog content here. Let's just bring in our streamable skeleton to see what it looks like. Async awaits, use client, okay. That's probably why we need to actually bring it in via. Okay, how about this? Let's just comment this out for now, temporarily. Got a dialogue here, okay, so let's just comment this out for now. Save that. Streamable skeleton, put that there. Okay, let's just continue building out our streamable skeleton anyway. In fact, okay, so, and let's just make this a use client for now. That'll make it easier. So only server provided use client modules originally written for the server. Streamable skeleton is async is why, okay. And it actually doesn't need to be async, but it does if we're using it in the action. So anyway, const, we're going to get the image. This is from our props. Image, title, odo reading, fuel type, transmission, description, body type, seats, ULEZ compliance, doors, color, VRM, odo unit, make, and done. Save that. Then we'll just start building this out. So div with a class name of flex call, container, mx auto py12. Save that. Let's just get this up again. Okay, so there you go. What is this? Missing initializer and destructure. That should be fine. Get rid of that. Flex call, md flex row, md width 1/2 relative. That's for our image, which we can just basically make as a placeholder image. And we're going to say image, otherwise skeleton, with a class name of aspect 32 w full animate. Don't even think we need to do animate pulse. There we go. Image, for now, we can just say is equals image sources dot classified placeholder for testing purposes. And then we're going to say source equals image, alt equals, we give that title, width 600, height 400, and then a class name of rounded LG, aspect 32, object color. Okay, this isn't working because, what's this? Please use new operators. Image, we're getting the wrong image then. Oh, we're not getting the image altogether, okay. There we go. That looks good. Boom. Perfect. So we can actually just get rid of this now. We just wanted to test that that image is showing correctly. And yeah, we just want to show the loading skeleton. Alt or a title or make, let's just say. Title or vehicle image. Okay, open this up. Gonna have a class of md width 1/2, md pl8, mt4, md mt0. Inside here, flex call, md flex row, items start, md items center. Okay, now we're going to have make. If make exists, we want to just copy this image component, change some of the values. Otherwise, we want to say if not done, then show a skeleton with a class name of w20, h16, and mr4. Otherwise, we show null. Okay, source is going to be make.image. Alt will be make.name. Width can be 80. Height can be 64. And class name is mr4. That's for our little make here, make logo. Underneath that, we can have a div, title, if no title, if title, h1, with a class name of text 2xl, font bold, title. Otherwise, skeleton. class name H8 W64 MB2. There's the title. Then my4 flex wrap item center gap 2. Here we're going to say odo reading and odo unit. We have that span with a class of bg gray 200, text gray 800, text MSM, font medium, px 2.5, py 0.5, and rounded MD. Inside here, format number, odo reading, and then after that, format odometer unit, odo ut. Otherwise, we're going to say if not done, then skeleton class name H6 W16 rounded MD. Otherwise null. So there's a bit of conditional chaining going on here, as you can see. That's going to copy across for 4 other values, which are color, fuel type, transmission, for example. And we can just get rid of that. So fuel type, format fuel type, like that. Color, format color. And then transmission, format transmission. Now we could just bring this into a, like an object. We could definitely tidy this up, but for the purposes of this, I'm not going to. You can do that if you fancy it. You could put it into an array or something and map over them and do it that way. Then we're going to add the description. p.text gray 600 MB4. That's going to have the description or skeleton class name H20 W full MD4. And here we're going to have a div with a class name of grid calls 1, sm grid calls 2, nd grid calls 3, and lg grid calls 4, and gap 4. And then bg gray 100 rounded lg shadow xs p4 text center. Inside here, ules compliance does not equal, or exempt, let's say, exempt. Let's just put ules compliance equals exempt. Then we say check icon class name equals w6h6 mx auto text green 500. Otherwise, we say X icon with the same class name except red. Like that. Underneath that, we say ules compliance p dot text sm font medium in T2. And then format ULEZ compliance, ULEZ compliance. Then we say, if not done, return the skeleton, otherwise return null. Skeleton class name H4W16 MX Auto MT2. In fact, I don't think we need to return null. We don't return null here. We return a P with unknown inside because, yeah, we can just do that instead. Class name equals text SM font medium MT2. Okay, then let's just copy this BG gray wrapper, bring it down, and want to say icon is going to be fingerprint. And we can just get rid of that. Fingerprint for the VRM. So VRM, don't need to format that. And yeah, that can all stay the same. Also, body type, which will be car icon, format body type. Another one, fuel icon for fuel type. Make that a capital F. Another one for transmission, and that will be power icon. Another one for odometer reading, gauge icon. That'll be odo reading and odo unit. And then again, odo reading, format number, and then odo format odometer unit, odo unit. Then we just have two more, seats and doors. So seats, we can just give it a user's icon. Seats, doesn't need a formatter. And this can be doors. And then this will be car front icon. Okay, that all looks good to me. Now I just want to just make this a bit more subtle. So let's just do, these icons can all be text zinc 300, 400. Okay, happy with that. That's our skeleton for our classified when we create it. Now we just need to continue with the steps for actually generating this classified skeleton. So continue in our dialog, and we'll say const generate classified equals use actions from our RSC, and we want to say type off AI in here from our actions. And then we want to say for this one, so that's use actions. Now we want to get the messages from our AI and the set messages. And that's going to be from use UI state, type of AI. Save that. We're going to get our image form. So right now we're actually get rid of this skeleton because that's not what we need. Oh, actually, let me go back to that. Remove use client before I forget. And then, yeah, get rid of this because we'll come back to that a bit later. Image form, use form, and we're going to give it a resolver of Zod resolver. And then we need to create a new schema. So let me just go to our schemas directory. That's going to be images.schema.ts. Export const single image schema equals z.object. Image is going to be z.string.url. And then export type single image type equals z.infer type of single image schema, and that'll be single image type. Zod resolver single image schema, and then we're just going to create a create form equals use form. We want another form, so we're going to pass in our streamable skeleton props, which we need to actually get from our streamable skeleton. Export, get rid of that, props, and this is going to be resolver, Zod resolver, pass in our classified AI schema, and we're going to extend that with make, which is our make in the database. So it's going to be an object with an ID of z.number.int, a name z.string, image of z.string, created app of z.date, and an updated app of z.date. Okay. And then const handle image upload equals URL string image form dot set value, React hook form, set value of the image to URL. Save that. Create a function const on image submit. It's going to be submit handler from React hook form with single image type equals data. Start upload transition, async function, response message we're going to get from our generate classified action. We're going to pass in the data.image because if you remember rightly, we let's just go here, generate classified is this, and yeah, we actually don't even need this, to be fair, to be exported. I don't believe. Let me see. Oh yeah, we don't. So yeah, if you go to here, go to our generate classified, you'll see we're passing in an image. If no response message, just return. Otherwise, set messages to current messages. It's a bit like prev state if you've ever used React use states. Prev state, current messages to basically the current messages plus the response message. And we're getting an error here. Set messages needs to have set messages, use type of AI, client message. One sec. This hasn't been typed. Client message array. My bad. Then we say for await const value of read streamable value. So this is something you'll find in the documentation for the AI SDK. We need to do a for await loop, and we need to loop over the read streamable value function from the AI SDK, and we pass in our response message classified. So if you go to response message, you'll see that's client message, and then we click in here, we go to our client message, we've got this classified streamable value. And actually we can now update this to streamable skeleton props, because that is what it's going to be, which is all of these values here. So that's our classified. You know, you got your description, VRM, make, model, etc. So yeah, got that. Now we just open up this for loop and say if value create form dot reset, and we pass in the value. Because what we're doing is we are, as soon as we get a value from the AI, like, you know, let's say the color of the car, we replace that skeleton with the value, basically. Another one we're going to create is on create submit. It's going to be a submit handler with streamable skeleton props. That's going to take in data, and we're going to start create transition async function set messages to empty. And now we need to basically get a create, because ultimately what we're doing here, we're going to have a bit of a flow here. It's like a multi-step form within the dialog. One is you upload the image. Two is you verify the details and confirm the image is uploaded. So basically step 1, step 2, step 3. It's like you handle the image upload, set the value to the URL. We then submit the image for, you know, processing through the AI. And then we, once we're happy with the details, create the classified. And so we need to create a new action, which is the create classified action. So that's going to be under classified. Export const create classified action equals async data streamable skeleton props is what we're going to be taking in. Get the session, wait, auth, if no session, return error unauthorized. In fact, we can just do what we usually do, so success, false, error, unauthorized. Let success equal false. Let classified ID, number, or null equal null for now. Just initiating some variables. Try catch block, catch, error, return, success, false, error, something went wrong. Here we're going to say const make equals await prisma dot make dot find unique, where id is data dot make id, and let's see, what is this? Yeah, okay, as number, because that's kind of already validated in various other places. So const model equals pretty much the same thing, but for model ID, and then we say, just get out of that, let title equals, so we're starting to create the title, because sometimes the model, what's going on here? String model ID, okay, so that shouldn't be the case. Number. Yeah, so basically we create the title by first getting the year, then the make.name, and then the model.name. Okay. And then if we do have the model variant, we add that. So if data.model variant ID, just make this like that, const model variant equals, and we'll just copy this again, variant. If model variant title equals title, which we created earlier, plus the model variant dot name. Because we're pretty much always expected to get a make and model back from the AI given the car the image is uploaded. Let slug equal slugify. So you remember that slugify from seeding. If you watched the first part of this video, you could pass in the title and the BRM or data.brm. Or we're going to just, if there's no VRM, random int, and that will be 1,000 or 10,000 to 999,000. So 100,000, sorry, and 999,000. Node crypto. Okay, slug like found equals await prisma.classified.count, where slug contains slug node insensitive. Because, yeah, we want to check if the slug exists already, in which case, if slug like found, then slug is going to equal, we need to make this a let. Slug is going to equal slugify title data.vrm and then slug like found plus 1, basically. So if it finds 1 here, if this number here, classified.count, is 1, because this returns a count of how many classifieds contain the slug. If that's 1, or if it's 2, or if it's 3, actually that's a good, yeah, it will add 1 to that number, so that's fine. Okay, now we need to create the ability for us to generate a thumb hash, and we're going to do that by going into our lib directory, and we're going to create a new thumb hash server.ts file and import sharp from Next.js. That's a default Next.js package, comes kind of built into Next.js, and then we're going to install a package called thumbhash, thumbhash, dev, import RGBA2 thumbhash from thumbhash, and let's see, NetherRed has no export, oh, capital H. Okay, then export async function, generate thumbhash from source URL. Take in a URL. Now a thumbhash is a tiny image value that allows you to do the blurring of the images. If you watched not the first part of this video, you would have seen that we seeded the database with the thumbhash. And so now we're generating that programmatically. Max size equals 100. Response equals await. Fetch from the URL. Array buffer equals await response dot array buffer. So we're converting the image into an array buffer. getting a buffer, buffer.from, array buffer. So now we've got a buffer that we can use in Sharp. So const data info equals await Sharp buffer. Sharp requires you to pass in a buffer, I believe. So let's just double check that. Input buffer containing, yeah, basically one of these, or a string. But we are passing in the raw pixel image data. So resize, we want to resize this to max size, and then we want to fit inside without enlargement true. Then it's just piping on some other, or chaining on some other values, raw, ensure alpha, and toBuffer is what we want to finally ultimately generate, and resolve with object is true. So resolve with object basically does this, write output to buffer, and resolve the promise with an object containing data info properties instead of resolving only with data. So we're getting this info and the data. Then const thumb hash equals RGBA to thumb hash, which we imported before, info.width and info.height. So we're getting that because it's resolving to an object, and then the data, the final data. Return buffer.from thumb hash to string base 64 to be stored in the database. Okay, now we've got that, we can use it. So we're going to get our thumb hash, await, generate thumb hash from source URL data.image as string, and then const URI is going to be create PNG data URI, which is a function from unlazy. So that's another tool we're using, right? And create PNG data URI unlazy with thumb hash. So we are needing to pass this value in, and that creates PNG data URI. Now we can go ahead and create our classified. Const classified equals await prisma.classified.create. Data will be slug, title, year, number is data.year, make ID is data.make ID as number, same for model ID, and then model variant will be slightly different, but model ID. And then here we're going to say spread data.model variant ID, and if that exists, model variant ID as number, like that, and boom. So it's conditionally applying the model variant ID, otherwise it would just be left as null in the database. VRM will be data.vrm, otherwise null. Price is going to be 0 because we didn't get a price from the create classified process for the AI. We can't really get AI to guess the price. Well, we could, but probably wouldn't be very accurate. Or it could be. But we don't do that here for the purposes of this. Currency code, just do GBP for now. Odo reading, data.odo reading. Copy that. So this is going to be Odo unit, fuel type, body type, color, transmission, ULEZ, compliance, description, doors, seats, and that's it. Now we just want to add the images. Images is going to be create is main true. Blur hash is going to be the URI we created. Source will be data.image alt will be title. I need to make a string. Okay. Finally, if classified ID equals classified.id and success equals true, and we need to make those let like that. You can see these are outside the try catch block, so let me just go back down here, and we want to go to here and say if success and classified ID revalidate path routes.admin classifieds, as well as redirect, since this is a server action, to routes.admin.classified. We're just going to go to here, edit classified. That's going to be ID of the classified, which is a number. We're going to say /admin/classified/edit. Yeah, here. So classifieds, oh, that's supposed to be classifieds, admin classifieds edit /ID. And then we just pass in the ID. So edit classified with classified ID. Okay. Else return success false and message failed to create classified. And then also that's something went wrong is the error when it should say message. Okay, perfect. So that looks good. We're returning some error messages. What's going on here? Description needs to be a string. Auto reading needs to be as number. Doors and seats as number. ULEZ compliance, why is that? Undefined. ULEZ compliance. One sec, shouldn't they be null? That should be null, right? Consider adding undefined to the types of the target's property. Ah, I see. It's our TS config. This one, I believe. Restart that. Yeah. So I just go back. Don't actually need to do that for any of these. Okay. Yeah. That is looking quite good. So go back to our here and we say const success message equals await create class, or paste it, create classified data. And let's just make sure we're actually returning the const classified. If classified success, we're redirecting there, so we don't need that. So if success is false, basically, say if no success, toast, title is error, description, message, type, background, duration 2500, so 2.5 seconds, and variant destructive. And then we can just return here. Great. Let's continue building out our content. So underneath our dialog header, we're going to say we're getting the content from the AI from messages. In fact, it might be better for us to, first of all, just create the initial UI. So the initial UI is actually an image uploader. So let's just do that. Form is going to be from components UI form. We're going to import our image form like that. And yeah, this needs to have a form inside with onSubmit being image form dot handle submit, pass in on image submit. So those are our functions we created before. And then a class name of space y4. Inside here, we're going to have some buttons. So div.flex justify between gap 2 button variant equals outline, type is button, so it doesn't default to the submit the form. On click is set is modal open to false. Simply closing the modal there, and then we're just going to call this cancel. Okay, let's just copy this. Variant here is going to be default variant. Type is going to be submit. Class name here will be flex. And have an icon flex item center gapx2 is uploading, and loader 2 class name of animate spin h4 w4. It's going to be upload, and we just want to disable this button when it's uploading. So is uploading is disabled, and get rid of this. Don't need this on click handler. Cool, let's take a look at that. Refresh. We've got an error with sharp because that's not use server. Use server. Boom. Right, cancel button, upload button, perfect. They're at the either side of the thing. Currently don't do anything because we don't actually have a form to submit. And what we want to now do is create the actual inputs or input for the image uploader. So above this div, we're going to have an image uploader, which is going to be for a single image. And that's going to say on upload complete handle image upload, and set the value of the form to the URL of the image that we generate. So now we need to start creating that. And that's going to be in our classified new file, single image uploader. It can be used client, export const image uploader equals props. And we're just going to create some interface here. Interface image uploader props on upload complete URL string return void image uploader props. Const on upload complete equals props. Const preview set preview equals use state. That's going to be string or null. Null for now. Is uploading. Set is uploading. Just be a boolean. Upload complete. So in fact, just do upload complete. Set upload complete. And then dragging over, set dragging over, use state, and that is going to be false again. Error, set error, use state, string or null, which is going to be null, and then input ref, use ref, HTML input element or null, and that will be null. Okay, I'm going to create a handle upload function. Async, it's going to take in a change event with HTML input element, and we're going to go e.prevent default, e.stop propagation, and then we're going to get a file from e.target.files 0, if no file, return. If file.size is more than max image size, which we're going to create in our constants. So if we go to constants, export const max image size is equal to 20 times 1000 times 1000, which is 2 megabytes. So max image size. So if file is more than max image size, then we set error, file size exceeds. But let me just put this in here, and then we want to bring in another package called pretty bytes, bun add pretty bytes. And so we can kind of just quickly create a new utility function for pretty bytes, which is export const convert to MB equals bytes number, return pretty bytes, which is a import pretty bytes from pretty bytes. Okay, return pretty bytes, bytes, and then we say bits is false, maximum fraction digits is 1, and space is false. Okay, then here we say pretty bytes, or we say convert to MB, and we pass in the bytes, which is the file.size. File exceeds that limit. So we set the error, and then we just want to return. Set error null. Set is uploading to true. Const reader equals new file reader. This allows us to read the file on the client before uploading it and display a preview. So reader.onload end equals set preview reader.result as string, and then reader.read data as read as data URL, pass in our file. Try. I'm going to try and get the form data, and then append, so form data dot append file to file, and then we're just going to pass this into a post request. So let's just quickly finish this off. Error console.log error uploading file, and then error set error failed to upload image, please try again. Finally, we're going to set is uploading to false. So yeah, as I said, we need to make a API for uploading the image, and we're going to create a new endpoint, and that's going to be for images single upload, and that will be /API/images/single upload. So we're going to create that now. API, new folder, images, new folder, single upload, new file, route.ts. And we want to go ahead and export const post equals async request next request get the session equals await auth. In fact, I think we can even wrap our we can wrap these now. So we export const equals auth like that, and now we've got our request with auth like that. So request.auth exists. Perfect. So we can just say if no request.auth return next response.json error is unauthorized. I mean, I don't think these forbidden NextJS function, the forbidden function throws an error is useful for handling error. Forbidden.js start using auth interrupts configuration, server actions and route handlers. So okay, yeah, that's kind of what we want. We just want to basically say forbidden and enable that in experimental. So if we go to next.config.ts, experimental auth interrupts, bundev. We'll also, I guess, need to create a forbidden page. So let me see, where's that page? Did the forbidden file? Let's just copy this. Copy. And it says, where does it even go? App forbidden. Okay, so in our app directory, forbidden.tsx. Paste that, forbidden. There we go. Okay, so that's what that will do. It will redirect to that if you're not logged in. I mean, it's probably not that necessary to redirect to a page. You could just return an error response with a 401. But in the case of testing things out, let's just do that. Okay, and it looks super clean. Const form data equals await request dot form data. So we're getting the form data, and we're going to validate that with a new schema we need to create. Let's just go to images schema, export const single image upload schema equals z dot. We're going to actually need a new package for this. And we're going to need a new package for this. So that's bun add zod form data. Import zfd zod form data from zod form data. And that's going to be zfd.form data, since we're passing in form data here, file zfd.file. Okay. We're going to say single image upload schema dot safe parse form data. So that's what we're passing in. If no validated dot success, return next response dot json. Oops, meant to say if message invalid file status is 400. Then we get the file out of the validated data. And we generate a UUID from UUID, and we just say UUID like that. And let's just make this v4. And we say if no file or no file.size or file.size is more than max image size. So we're basically doing some server-side checks now. We say return next response.json message is invalid file size. We don't actually need to check if there's no file because there will be, given that this requires it to be there. And so it would actually say invalid file before if it didn't exist. Status would be 400. Then we want to import a package called MIME-type. MIME types. And we need to also add app types equal MIME pipes -d. And then const default MIME type is equal to await import. So we're dynamically importing the MIME types package. We're saying const MIME equals MIME type.lookup. MIME type basically just gives you the file extension and knows what all the different file extensions are. So we do file.name, toString, and we get the MIME type, and we say if mime.match, we give it a regex, so /image / bracket JPEG or JPG or PNG or WebP. Basically those are the files that we're going to support, and we give that regex. We say if that equals null, so if it's not found, then console.log file is not an image, and return another response like that. And that's going to say file type invalid, and we can just put in MIME here. Okay. Next, we're going to get the decoded file name. So we're going to decode URI component twice, because there are sometimes issues where AWS like double encodes a file name or a file name, or basically I found some issues, so we're going to just double decode URI component. Const key is going to be, well, let's take a look at our key. So if we go to AWS again, go to our S3, Majestic Motors bucket, our key is going to be /uploads UUID, and then decoded file name. That's our key for the S3. And now we're going to upload it. So const buffer equals buffer.from await file.array buffer await, and we need to basically create an S3 file so we can upload to S3 programmatically. This is going to have const S3 credentials is equal to new credentials from AWS SDK. So we need to go bun add at AWS SDK /client S3 and AWS SDK like that. So credentials is going to come from import credentials from AWS SDK lib core. I'm going to have access key ID. That's going to be env dot s3 bucket access key. Secret access key env dot s3 secret key. So we've got those stored already. Export const s3 is new s3 client from import s3 client from at AWS SDK client S3. Can have our region, which will be EU West 1. We can actually store that in an environment variable, so let's just do S3 bucket region. Where are we? Let's just double check what that region is. EU West 2, sorry. Equals EU West 2. So S3 bucket region, add that to here. Process. And same here. Z.string. Okay, we can just env dot s3 bucket region. And credentials, which will be these above. So let's just make that credentials. Okay, export async function, upload to S3. Going to take in the bucket name. Let's just give this an interface. Upload to S3 args. Bucket name string, path string. File is going to be buffer. 9 type is going to be string. Just give that this. Upload to S3 args. Bucket name. File. Path. 9 type. Okay. Const params is going to be put, because we're uploading, put object command input from AWS client S3. That will be bucket. In fact, let's just say satisfies. What's going on here? Oh, bucket is going to be bucket name. Key will be key. Key will be path. Body is going to be file. Content type will be MIME type. And cache control is going to be no store. Because our cache is controlled by ImageIX, so we don't need to worry about that. Try, catch, error, unknown, throw, new error, failed to upload file, path, error is error. Try is going to be const command equals await, new put object command with the params, and then return s3.send command. Simple as that. There's our upload to S3. So now let's just close this and go back to here and say upload to S3, pass in our data. So bucket name is going to be env dot env dot S3 bucket name. Oh, we don't have that saved. Let's save that in our S3. Sorry, in our environment variables. S3 bucket name is equal to uploads. Oh, sorry, no, it's not. It's equal to Majestic Motors. Majestic Motors, like that. And I'm going to add this to here. S3 bucket name zeb.string. Same with this, just change region to name. So we've got that now. Those are our S3 bucket credentials. Actually, we can make this public. Next public. And do we need region public? Maybe. So let's just make these env. Actually, sorry. These can be brought to next public. So next public, yeah. Next public, next public, region and name. Okay, oh, and I forgot one more part there. Next public. Okay, env dot next public S3 bucket name. Then we want our file to buffer, our path to be our key, and MIME type to be MIME like that. So let's take a look. Upload to S3. Let's just add a catch here. Error. Console.log. Error uploading file. Error. Return next response. We can just copy this. File type in there. Now we're just going to error uploading file. Error.message if we have. So if instance of error is if error is instance of error, then we return that. We're the error.message. Otherwise, we just return that without the something went wrong. Great. Next, we're going to say const URL equals, and we need to actually set another environment variable here, which is going to be next public S3 URL. And that is going to be HTTPS. Let me see, what is it? See. It's going to be Majestic Motors. This one, basically. .com. Okay. Going to add that again here. URL. URL. Perfect. We'll say env.next public S3 URL /key. Like that. And then return next response.json with the URL and status of 200. Boom. Okay. So our API is done by the looks of it. We can now, got our endpoint, we can now test this out on the front end. So let's go back to our front end and say const response equals await API dot post to endpoints dot images dot single upload. I'm going to pass in the body as form data, and then we're going to get JSON back, and we want to just type what we're going to get back, which is URL string. Okay. Const URL equals response. Since this is in a try catch block, it's not going to basically, if it errors out, it is going to go into the catch. So we don't need to worry about handling errors in here. And we say on upload complete, pass in the URL, and we say set upload complete to true. Next, we're going to add a handle drop function, which is drag event HTML div element prevent default. In fact, we can pretty much copy all of this into the there are some slight differences. The slight differences are we're going to get file. Well, first of all, we're going to say set dragging over to false once it's dropped. File is going to be e.data transfer. What is going on here? We need to import drag event here. Pretty much all of this stays the same. The only difference being in our let me see. Could it be? Most likely should be fine. Yeah. Yeah, so the only real difference here is that it is this. So we're just getting the data from a different place. Next, we are going to add stop event drag then input element or HTML input element prevent default stop propagation. Copy this a few times. Handle drag enter. Handle drag leave. Handle drag enter is going to be stop event. Handle drag over. Here we're going to say stop event and handle drag leave, we're going to say set dragging over to false. Handle drag over, we're going to set dragging over to true. And then we're just going to say stop event like that. Finally, we can actually return our component. So div class name is wfull NextAuth. And then div is going to have self-closing, not a self-closing tag. On drop will be handle drop. On drag over, basically all of these. And like that. And then finally on click equals handle click. And we need to create the handle click, which is const handle click equals input ref dot current dot click. Okay. What is this saying here? Oh, I need to enforce on key down equals null. Handle drag enter on drag enter. My bad. That should be on. And on. Okay. Next, class name of CN relative flex aspect 32 cursor pointer flex call items center justify center rounded MD comma error and border red 500 border 2 border dotted. I would say that would look good. Is uploading and pointer events none opacity 50 is dragging is drag over. What is it called? Dragging over and you can just say opacity 50 and then no upload complete and border 2 border dashed border gray 300. Okay, let's open this up. Let's add an input with a ref of input ref. It's going to be a self-closing input here. Type is going to be file accept image, which will, when you open the file picker on your computer, it will basically remove all possibilities of selecting a file like a doc or anything other than an image. On change is equal to handle upload. Class name is going to be hidden. Disabled will be is uploading. And that looks good for that. We're going to have a preview of the image, which will be img. We're just going to use a standard image here. img source is equal to preview because that is basically the reader file that we created earlier. Alt is going to be preview and class name is equal to hfull wfull object cover rounded MD. Reason we do this is so we can see the image as soon as it's been added in the browser. We don't have to wait for it to upload before viewing it. And we just handle the uploading process on the user action when the user clicks upload. Okay. Next, if no image, we say div class name text center image plus icon with a class name of mx auto w12 h12 text gray 400 and then p element with a class name of mt1 text sn text gray 600. We say click or drag to upload image max to MB. Okay. Is uploading, and div.className, div.absolute.inset 0.flex items center justify center. Just change this, justify center. BG white, BG opacity 75. Inside here, loader 2 with a class name of WAHA animate spin text gray 500. And then finally, here we're going to say error and p dot or p with a class name of mt2 text sn text red 500, and error is going to go inside there. Wow, that was a lot for a single image uploader, so you can imagine how much the multi-image uploader is going to be, because that is a beast. Let's see. Okay, what's going on here? Image uploader is not defined. Well, that would make sense. Hasn't even been imported. Okay. Boom. That looks okay. However, what are we looking at? Flex, item center, justify center, flex call. Okay. Let's just see if we can drag some images over there, or an image, because this is not. So let me just make sure this is actually multiple is false. Yeah, we need to make sure multiple is false. Bring this, you can see that's dragging over, it's giving that UI. So you can see wherever I drag it, as long as it's within that. Drop, uploading, boom. Failed to upload image, please try again. Okay, let's see where we're getting that error. So the error here is okay, what's saying? Post endpoint gave a 400 error. Okay. We don't even want to upload it actually. Oh no, sorry, yes we do want to upload it. Okay, so it failed to upload the image. Right. Let's take a look. So we need to go to our endpoint, and we want to say, what was the reason for this? The bucket you're attempting to access to be addressed using the specific endpoint. Please send all future requests to that endpoint, to this endpoint. Permanent redirect. The bucket you're attempting to access must be addressed using the specified endpoint. Right, I see. Okay, let's check the endpoint. Majestic Motors EUS2. So that endpoint. Uploads. For social, that's the key. Okay, I think I know what's going on. Source.env bun dev. Let me just check. So the error we're getting is probably in this upload to S3, I believe. So if we just console.log this error, although we are console.logging that error, so let's just try this again. Cancel, refresh. oh, what's this? Generate classified. Let's go here. Generate classified. Maybe I do need to export this. Refresh. Not sure if that fixed it, but so it's still saying permanent redirect. Let's just Google this instead of wasting our time. Right. Region is the issue, I think. Okay, let's just go back to our environment variables, change the region to EU West 1. EU West 1. EU West 2 though. Majestic Motors. Properties of the bucket. It is EU West 2, so that isn't incorrect. Properties. Access point, nope. Uploads, properties. I'm wondering where the actual error is coming from. Oh, okay, here we go. Stupid next public. Okay, that was a mistake. Stupid mistake. Okay. Source. Close that. Should have probably kept that bucket open. Okay. Try it again. Boom. Uploaded the image. You know, you can basically click it again to re-upload the image, but let's just verify that this has been uploaded. Last modified would be this one. UUID, yeah, you can see there's a UUID in here. And that's that image that we just uploaded February 22nd, which is today. All right. Now, when I click upload, it would go through this. So let me just quickly, we've got uploading the image working. We need to get this. So on an image submit is what happens when I click upload. So that generates the classified and returns the UI for the stream data. So let's go into our generate classified and continue with this. You know, you've seen our skeleton, so let's just continue with this. Okay, so here really is about creating a skeleton once we click upload. And in order to do that, basically we create this UI stream, and this UI stream actually runs at the end of this function. So we pass it the generate classified. We return the UI stream. So display, because this is, remember, if you remember before we added the client message here, we display the UI stream dot value, as that is going to be a React node. The value of the streamable UI, this can be returned from the server action and received by the client, which is exactly what's happening here. Role, which will be the assistant role as const, and then we are going to say classified is going to be the value stream dot value. And then one more thing, ID, which we're just going to say date.now. But that isn't everything, because right now we're actually not returning anything of value. We're returning basically the image, which is this. So if we were to click upload now, what it would do is it would just show the skeleton for all the bits that we're finding, because we're not actually going and fetching any of that data, and it would just show the image. So let me just quickly show you that. Also, we can change this to streamable skeleton props. Okay, let me quickly show you how this is going to work. So refresh this page. Obviously the dialog's permanently open at the moment, but we're going to convert that to use, when you click create new. So, okay, we've got this dialog and we're going to drag and drop a image into there, this one. Okay, it's now uploaded the image to our servers. We're going to click upload. Next, you'll see it just pops over here. Okay, looks like it doesn't. I'm surprised. I know why. Because we haven't, let me just refresh this. We haven't actually got the content here yet. Okay. In order to display this properly, I'm going to have to show you how to get the content here. And so we'll go to our form. We'll just wrap this in a parentheses like this, or, just open bracket, close bracket. And we're going to say, there's parentheses, messages.length. If we have messages, then we do this. Otherwise, we show that form we just created, right? And so there we go. And so the messages, that is going to be our streamable UI, because the messages are what's coming from this generate classified. These are the messages, this here. So these messages need to now be displayed here. So I will just copy this and we'll change this to create form. And we'll give it a form with basically the same as this, except some slight differences here. It's going to be create form.handle submit and on create submit. If you remember earlier, we created those functions. So then we're going to map over our messages. Oh, I should say message. And we're going to return a div with a key of message.id, which is our date.now. And it's going to have a class name of wfull. Inside that, message.display, which, if you remember, is the React node. Display is the UI stream. So this streamable skeleton, and we're passing in our classified, which is currently just the image. Okay. So that is pretty much it. Let's also add some buttons here. div.flex.justified between .gap2, and then we'll copy these buttons from here. Instead of this, we're going to say is uploading or create. And then we're going to say is creating or is uploading. We're going to say this or null. Loader 2 or null, okay? And then we're going to say is creating here or is uploading. And that is also going to be a submit. Cancel will be the same. Great. Now I think if we go ahead and drop in our image here and we upload, it should change. Boom. Now we've got our image, because that's what we already uploaded, and we're waiting on this data to be populated. But currently, we have not got any AI in place in our action. So let's continue building this out. I'm going to say async function process events And that is just going to be like an asynchronous function that we call immediately. We do it this way because if you try and update this data without wrapping it in a function, it often leads to some like performance issues I've found. So here we're going to use the AI. So const object. So we're getting back an object from the AI because we're going to use the generate object from AI. So that allows us to generate an object with a prompt. Model is going to be OpenAI. Check what models we have available actually. GPT-4o, and we're going to get the latest version. You can see we've got 03, 03 mini. Don't really need any of those. I think 4o latest version is probably suitable for us. Open up the config. Structured outputs is going to be true. You can see it's still screaming at me because we need a schema. And that is going to be our classified taxonomy schema that we created earlier. Then we're going to have a system message, and that is going to be, so system message usually just defines what format the data is going to be and how it's going to work. So we're going to say you are an expert at analyzing images of vehicles and responding with a structured JSON object based on the schema provided. Okay, need a comma here. That'll do for the system prompt. Then messages. You can either add just a single prompt or messages in the case where we need to add two messages, one for the image and one for the prompt. So we're going to have an array, and we're going to say, open up that array. Role is going to be user. Content is going to be an array which will contain type of text and type of image. For image, we'll pass in our image. And for text, we're going to say, you are tasked with finding this, or with returning the structured data for a vehicle, for the vehicle in the image attached. Okay, let's just move these in terms of ordering. And, oh, I forgot to put text is going to be, yeah, so like that. I might just quickly make this a bit smaller. You can see we've got our system prompt and we've got our messages which pass in the image and the text. Then we can just give this a type of as core message array, and core message is going to come from here, type core message. So that's a core message, and that should basically satisfy that, which could be system message, user message, assistant message, or tool message. So that's all good. Then we get our taxonomy, which is basically our make, model, year, and model variant. So year, make, model variant. And yeah, we do something with that, which is classified dot title. And do you remember classified is up here? We need to make this a let. Classified equals image. Classified dot title is equal to, I need to actually type this as streamable skeleton props. There we go. Classified dot title equals, let's just see, why is that not? Variables are only declared once. That's kind of not what we want. We want it to be, maybe we can actually dot into this. Okay, let's give it a go. So we're going to say taxonomy.year, taxonomy.make, taxonomy.model, and then taxonomy.model variant, if that exists. We're going to open up another template literal and say taxonomy.model variant. Otherwise, it's just an empty string. And we can just trim that as well. Next, we're going to create a function, and basically what we want to do is we want to find the makes and models in our database, and ultimately map it to those and get the relationships sorted for those, because we need some kind of database relationships between that data, so it's easy to find and filter and stuff like that. So we're going to create a AI utils library component here, AI utils.ts. I'm going to export async function map to taxonomy or create. Object is going to be a new interface, so that's interface map to taxonomy or create type, which will be year, number, make string, model string, model variant string, or null. Map to taxonomy or create type. So we'll attempt to find the make, const make equals await Prisma. Let me just get rid of that. Prisma.make.find first, where name equals object.make, case can be insensitive, or sorry, mode can be insensitive. Okay, if no make, we say throw new error make object.make not found. Then we check for the model, except this is going to be a let, so let model equals await prisma.model dot find first, where, and the where clause is slightly different here, so where basically make id is make.id, and then or, and we wrap this in an object, or capitals, or like that. Contains object.model. But do we even need the or? I don't think we do. Okay, what is going on here with this? There we go, okay. So here we're attempting to find the model. If no model, we're actually going to create the model. So model equals, oh, it's supposed to be let. Model equals await Prisma dot transaction. A Prisma transaction effectively only completes if everything inside the transaction completes. It's like atomic, meaning if one of the functions inside the transaction fails, the whole thing doesn't run. So we're going to say async Prisma. I'll explain why that is in a sec. Await Prisma dot execute raw, and then we're going to say lock table models in exclusive mode. So what is exclusive mode? exclusive no PostgreSQL. Explicit locking. PostgreSQL provides various lock modes to control concurrent access to data in tables. These modes can be used for application control locking in situations where MVCC does not give the desired behavior. So ultimately it means we're locking the table until this transaction is complete. Okay, then underneath that we say return prisma.model.create. Data is going to be name object.model, and make is going to be connect id make.id. So there's our model. If no model, throw new error, model not found. And then we're just going to do the same for model variant. Model variant. This is going to be model ID, model.id contains object.model variant. Oh, we need to actually wrap this in a if model variant. Or sorry, object.model variant. Object.model variant. And wrap this code in that if statement. Okay, then we've got our model variant. So if no model variant is now equal to Prisma model variants table model variant.create model variant. What's going on here? Yeah, that can just be a string, and model now is being connected, and it's going to be model ID. And then also year start object dot year and object year end object dot year. Actually, model variance is not like that in the database. It's like that. Cool. So let's just come right out of all of that. So yeah, I'm not sure if I said it before, but the reason we're creating this is so that when we use AI to find makes and models, if we don't have, obviously our make should be pretty comprehensive, and we could do the same for make, because I'm sure, you know, there's makes we've not got in our database, but I've assumed that the makes in our database are fine. And so what we're saying is if the model doesn't exist or the model variant, well, we create it in the database. Okay. Now we say const vehicle equals year, doesn't change, that's the same as what we originally passed in. Make is going to be make.name, model will be model.name, and model variant will be model variant. Cool. Model variant question mark dot name. Why is it saying that? Model variant. We actually need to basically create a null value for model variant. Let model variant is going to be model variant or null. So that now we can just delete that let and use it. There we go. Or null, and then make ID is make.id, model ID is model.id, and model variant ID is model variant question mark .id or null. And then we just return that. So actually, just return vehicle. Cool. So we can use that in our AI here. So const found taxonomy equals await map to taxonomy or create. Year is taxonomy.year. Make taxonomy.make. Model taxonomy.model. and model variant taxonomy.model variant. Right. If we found taxonomy, we say const make equals await prisma.make.find. Oh, let me just get that. .find first, where name is found taxonomy.make, and then if make classified equals classified. In fact, classified clearly has turned into a const again. Let classified, and then yeah, we're spreading what already exists into the classified. We're also spreading found taxonomy, and we're also adding the make and the make ID. So make.id. Okay. Then we give it UI stream dot update streamable. So basically just copy this from here. Boom. So we're updating it again with the new data. So we've assigned some new data to this object. So we're updating the UI. And in fact, that should, at least for now, generate the title. So let's just go ahead and test it. Upload. Let's check, see if it generates the title. And also the image. All right, doesn't seem to be working, so let's just console.log some stuff. Console.log found taxonomy. Let's give that a go. Move this into here again. See if it even gets to that stage. Nope. Gets to the... I'm an idiot. Forgot to run the actual process events. So process events. There we go. Okay. Retry. We should see a make and a image here once the AI generates it. Okay, so we've got Aston Martin DV11 V12. Yes, okay. So it's passed that data in, just hasn't given us the title yet. Right, okay, so there's still a bit more work to do here. We still need to go ahead and just back out of this, run bun.dev again. So we actually need to generate another object. Yeah, I mean, one sec, let me just check. Why is that not working? So found taxonomy. Okay. Let's just console.log classified. Be easier to see what data is being passed in. Drop that in again. Upload that. Okay, classified is image for now. Right, there is something wrong then. Oh yeah, here's the title as well. That should also be generated. Okay, I know why. I know exactly why this is happening. And it's because this is not in here. And then also, we need to call UI stream dot done and value stream dot done as well here. And then we also need to say value stream dot update classified like that. And also we need to include the done equals true here, even though it isn't done. We still need to add some various other bits of metadata for the vehicle, but this should now actually run. And yeah, if we console log our classified here, we should see that it's actually more representative of the additional data we've been adding with the AI. So let's check that out. Boom. There we go. And now we need to add all of this data. So you can see that is now the classified. It's got an image, a title, a year, make, with make image, model variant, make ID, model variant ID. Great. However, it is a bit slow, so I think we should change this to GPT-4 Turbo. Let's just see how quick that is relative to the other one. Upload. Okay, doesn't like it. Let's not do GPT-4 Turbo, let's do GPT-4o. What have we got here? 4o Mini. Yeah. Actually, let's get the latest version of 4o Mini. There we go. Okay. Give that a retry, see how quick it is. Yeah, better. Much better. Okay. Let's get rid of this done attribute because we need that for a bit later. And we'll continue building out our details. So const object, we're going to get some details from that, and that is going to be await generate object. And we're going to just grab some of the stuff from here. The reason we're doing this twice is because we want it to kind of like do one thing, do the next things, rather than doing it all at once. Because we could get it all at once. And maybe, you know, let's have a think. Classified. Actually, no, there are some slight differences. So let's say this is going to be our classified details AI schema. And we're going to say in fact, let me just change this. We are going to say you are an expert at writing vehicle descriptions and generating the details or the structured data of a we need to just make this template literal. Classified.title. Okay. Based on the image provided, you are tasked with determining the odometer reading, doors, seats, ULEZ compliance, transmission, color, fuel type, body type, drive type, and VRM. VRM and additional details. VRM and any additional details in the schema provided. You must be accurate when determining the values for these properties, even if the image is not clear. Okay. And then we can just get our messages again. From here, paste that in. And we actually can just remove the, in fact, system message. In fact, let's just say in generating structured data. Let's just say we can give the system message that, but we will change we'll add the text here to be that. And we'll say based on the image provided, You are tasked with determining the blah, 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 and any other additional details in the schema provided for the classified.title. Okay. So we've given it an image, system message, and we've changed the schema. That should be enough. Now we just say classified is equal to ... classified, reuse the properties, and then add the details. And then we can copy this, paste it here, and we can add that done attribute, done equals true. Done prop. So let's just review this. We are getting the UI stream and the value stream, setting the classified to just an image, updating the UI stream with the image, and then we're getting taxonomy data from OpenAI's GPT-4 Mini based on the image and the text and the prompt. We're creating the classified title. We're finding the taxonomy, and if not, we're creating that. Then we're updating the skeleton with that information here. And then we're finally getting all the details. And so these won't be unknown unless it literally can't find what they are. So save that. Let's open this up again and refresh the page. Let's go ahead and get a different image. So I will get, let's try this one. Okay, Porsche 911 GT3 RS, I believe, or a GT3 at least. See what it comes up with. GT3 2022, and then it should, boom, populated all of that data. It's got 2 seats, petrol, coupe. Doesn't know the odometer reading, which is fine. It's a manual. It's non-exempt from ULEZ, and it's given us a nice brief description. And yeah, that's really good. And then we can actually create that, and it should take us to our edit page. So let's just quickly go to our classified edit page. We'll need to open up our database and go to our classifieds, go to our IDs. Let's just do number 1 and open up localhost /admin classifieds edit, and then let's paste in number 1. Okay, edit classified page. Let's make that edit page. Let's make that white for now. Class name equals text white. Okay. So we should get redirected to that page after we click create. Boom, we're there. And then if we refresh our database, look, we've got 24. And now if I refresh, we've got 25. And that is the one we just created, which is our 2022 Porsche 911 GT3. Great. So that is it for the AI. That's pretty damn sleek little feature, right? Using AI RSC. And next on our list of things to do is to edit the classified. So we're going to go ahead and close all of this, close that, or at least minimize it, and start editing our classified. If you've made it this far, congratulations. Thank you for watching. We've covered a lot of ground in this video. We've got another part to come, but I'm just going to cover what we built in the last section of this video. So we built an AWS S3 upload system for storing and retrieving images efficiently. We implemented an image uploader with real-time preview for classified listings, and we integrated AI-driven processing for handling classified creation. That's it for this video. In the next video, part 3, we're going to be covering multi-image uploading functionality with drag and drop. We're also going to cover finishing off the tables, sorting by column header, and then logging out of all sessions. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you in the next video.